Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Danielle.
Good, it works. I'm just making sure it's working.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry to be
Good
a
morning.
minute behind schedule here, guys. Apologize. And I guess we're ready to get started. It's 9:30. And Jesus, you know something? You do such a good job with the pledge. Commissioner Byrd, I'm going to have you do it again.
Okay.
Well, first, let's do the call to order. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And the roll call. Mike.
Commissioner Byrd,
Present.
Commissioner Maestas,
Here.
Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Here.
Commissioner Fishman.
Presente.
Commissioners, we have 4 of 5 commissioners present, Commissioner Hall absent at this time. There is a quorum.
Okay, now Commissioner Byrd, Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Terrific. Consideration and approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Terrific. Mike, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
and I will attempt Commissioner Hall. It appears Commissioner Hall is still not present. The agenda is approved by a vote of 4-0.
And introduction of special guests. Do we have any?
I don't have any special guests or public comment signed up for today.
Thank you, Sarah. Consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the minutes of the May 26th, 2021, I guess, and continue to May 21st, 2021 open meeting.
And I will second. And Mike?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall. Appears we still didn't have Commissioner Hall. The prior open meeting minutes of May 26, 2021 are approved by a vote of 4-0.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this is Sarah. I just wanted to say for the record that Commissioner Hall is attempting to join. She's having some power issues at her house.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Just for everyone's info, I talked to her briefly yesterday. She's up in Colorado at their cabin, and I guess it's a little more dicey up there, their connection.
Oh, gotcha.
So we're on to consent action items.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to move to approve the consent agenda, but I do have a disclosure that I'd like to make. It's in the matter of an order to show cause regarding Rosa Joint Ventures. It's case 18-00214. The engineering firm that is developing the preliminary engineering report for Sombrito Mutual Domestic is Sauter Miller and Associates. Sauter Miller and Associates was my previous employer. I am no longer employed there, nor do I do any work on any contractual basis. However, I do own some company stock that I'm not allowed to sell within a year of departure, and I departed at the end of the calendar year last year, and that has been reported on my disclosure sheet, but I just wanted to let you all know of my prior association with the engineering firm of Sauter Miller and Associates. But I
Thank you.
move to approve the consent calendar.
And I will second. And Mike, would you like to read and take a vote?
Yes. Commissioners, the consent action items on the agenda today are case 21-00148 UT in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for authorization to implement grid modernization components that include advanced metering infrastructure and recover the associated costs through a rider, issuance of related accounting orders, and other associated relief. This is a potential initial order. Case 18-00214 UT in the matter of an order to show cause as to why Rosa Joint Ventures, a New Mexico partnership, should not be found in violation of the Public Utility Act and Commission rules. This is a potential order regarding certification of stipulation. Case 21-00143 UT in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's Renewable Energy Act plan for 2022 and proposed 2022 rate rider, or should be rate rider under rate rider number 36. That's a potential initial order. Case 21-00084 UT in the matter of the application of Arroyo Solar LLC, Arroyo Storage LLC, and Public Service Company of New Mexico for expedited location approval of the Pintado Switchyard in McKinley County, New Mexico, pursuant to NMSA section 6293. This is a potential order vacating the public hearing. I will take the roll. Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
And I do not know if we have Commissioner Hall. I'm assuming not. So the consent action items are approved by a vote of 4-0.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
just a quick question I meant to ask before we got this far. Item number 1 is also item number 5 on the agenda.
Yeah, well, first of all, I had no problem with it on the consent agenda. Thank you. And I assumed none of the other commissioners did. If that's the case, then it seems to me, since we've already approved as part of the consent agenda, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, we're perfectly fine going forward to the item number 6 on the regular agenda. Would that be a correct way to proceed?
Sorry, I'm a little mixed up here. I guess if Judy is on the line, if she can clarify if there's a different issue.
No, it looks like it's an error that it was placed in 2 locations. It was intended to be placed on the regular agenda, and I guess nobody except now Commissioner Byrd recognized that it was in 2 places. And I can just go over it on the regular agenda.
Yeah, it looked pretty non-controversial to me, and I guess we're also focused on several big cases all going at once here. So please highlight any issues you think that we should be considering here.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Welcome, Cynthia.
Hello.
Welcome, Commissioner Hall.
Hi, I apologize for being so late. I'm in Colorado and we had a power outage about 2 minutes before the hearing started. So I have no internet, so I'm calling in, and I apologize for my delay.
Just for your information, we're on item 5 on the regular agenda.
Okay, I'm just going blind here. I haven't got things printed out because I relied on my laptop, which is now
Okay.
without power.
Okay. So
Well, let's see. Actually, no, I'll see what I can. Oh, no, I don't have signal, so I can't reach any documents. So I know what it looks like. Don't worry about it.
okay.
I'll
So anyway,
follow along.
this is in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for authorization to implement grid modernization components that include advanced metering, infrastructure, and to recover the costs through a rider, and issuance of related accounting orders and other associated relief.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Chair, just as a point of order, so what does that do to our consent agenda item vote? Do we need to amend that vote, or are you just going to have Judy explain the case, but there'll be no subsequent action since we already approved it as a part of the consent?
Why don't we hear Judy first? And if everyone's cool, we can just leave it as approved as part of the consent. And then we can go back and revote if we need to change anything.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that up. Good point.
Thank you, commissioners. Commissioner Fishman, members of the commission. The only reason that I actually did place this on the regular agenda was to let you know that I believe this is the first grid modernization application that we have received at the commission. And it is being the advice notice is being suspended pending further action by the commission. And the title actually of the case does state what they're asking for. They want to acquire and implement advanced metering infrastructure, fault location isolation system, restoration, and field area network that enables the operation of the AMI and the FLISR. They would like approval of straight line 5% depreciation. They would like to recover their investment into their legacy meters over a 2-year period. And they would, of their legacy investment over a 2-year period. And proposes over 10 years through the rate rider as a regulatory asset that's established on January 1st, 2022, amortized over 10 years, and earn a return on the asset at their most recently approved weighted average cost of capital. Other important factors are that they would like a final order by December 31st, 2021, but the statute states gives a 180-day deadline for approved programs, and these are new programs, not approved programs. So the commission is not bound to have a decision in 180 days, but I just wanted to let you know that that's the date that they're asking for. The projected rider annual revenue requirement for 2022 is 12 million approximately for New Mexico retail. If SPS recovers its remaining investment in the legacy meters over 2 years, or approximately 4.5 million if SPS recovers its remaining investment in its legacy meters over 10 years. I can go through what the statute requires, but I really just wanted to let you know that this is the first grid modernization case, and we would assign it to Robert Lennon as hearing examiner and suspend the advice notice. And I stand for questions.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Maestas.
Well, first, I want to applaud SBS for being the first out of the chute. You know, it's a double-edged sword, especially when you have a very new act, and I think the implementation is still taking shape. The only issue I have is in the act, Judy, there is a grid modernization grant program, and I'm wondering, number one, can IOUs apply for a grant? And number two, my side comment is the state legislature, as I understand it, has not capitalized that grant program. And so the grid modernization work group kind of put the grant program aside. But I want SPS to be able to perhaps retroactively apply for the grant program if they're able to, when the grant program is capitalized by the legislature. So I want to hold that option open for SPS, but I'm not even sure if IOUs can apply for grants through the Grid Modernization Act.
Commissioner, I ask this, in the proposed application and order, they're not requesting any relief regarding the grant program. And I can get back to you about whether or not they're even authorized to do that. That being said, they haven't asked for that relief.
My only point is if they're eligible, that would reduce the recovery and the impact on ratepayers.
We could potentially ask them, a question as to whether or not they think they're eligible, whether or not they would apply. We could definitely add questions to this order if you would like that.
I would. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
That last question seems to say you want to go back and amend this order. Or I have to say, my thought is generally we're just suspending rates and appointing a hearing examiner, and that maybe this issue needs to be considered a little further down the road. And that I guess I just rather not go through the trouble of amending the order right now to talk about this particular issue.
Mr. Chair, I think this is Cynthia, this is Commissioner Hall.
Yeah.
I might be thinking the wrong statute, but I had the idea anyhow that the grant program just pertains to municipalities or tribes. So I don't think, I think we need to confirm that, as you say, further down the road, because I'm not even sure it's something that would be a possibility. I think we just need to appoint the hearing examiner, is my opinion.
Yeah, Jonas just informed me, Mr. Chair, that it's only just available, the grant program is available to munis, counties, state agencies, state universities, public schools, and Indian nations. So it's not,
okay.
IOUs are not eligible. So I wasn't sure, but I thought I'd throw it out there.
Okay. Commissioner Hall, great memory. Because I did not remember that.
Well, it was of interest to me, so.
Okay. So unless anybody's opposed to appointing a hearing examiner, I'm going to treat it as approved under the consent agenda, and we'll move forward to item number 6. And item 6 is 21-112, the Commission's adoption of rules pursuant to the Community Solar Act. And Russell, please take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So this is on the agenda for an order that's proposed by the Community Solar Action Team, of which I am a member. The proposed order was prompted by inquiries that were received from utilities and from applicants. I'll tell you who the applicants are. inquiries from utilities concerning their pending applications that are pending with them for interconnection for community solar projects. So they refer to them as their application queues. They're basically their lines. As the applications are received, they're logged in or whatever. Anyway, neither the utilities nor the applicants are certain as to what the pending rulemaking means with regard to the status of those applications. So there have been inquiries from both applicants and potential applicants and the utilities themselves as to how to deal with this pending the community solar rulemaking. That's why this proposed order would be issued within the docket of the rulemaking and is being recommended by the team. The proposed order would provide two important notifications to the utilities themselves. This is to the 3 investor-owned electric utilities. It would direct the utilities to then provide the same notifications to their applicants. They're the ones obviously who know who their applicants are. They're the ones who are receiving these applications. And it would also require them to reach out to any likely applicants. And I'll get into that detail about the form and manner of notice. But first I'll get to what the notice would contain. The 2 notifications that are recommended by the team are the following. First, that the Commission's existing interconnection rules and manual remain in place until amended or replaced by the Commission. And number 2, a place on a utilities applicant queue for interconnection does not and will not provide any advantage for selection as a community solar project, as the Commission's rules will not be in place until on or before April 1st, 2022. Those are the 2 notifications. So and with regard to that second part, April 1st, 2022 is the deadline in the Community Solar Act for the Commission to have its rules adopted. The point of that second notification, and I think the commissioners understand this, is that the Community Solar Act instructs the Commission, orders the Commission to create a framework, a very comprehensive framework for community solar programs. So the Commission will be making decisions with regard to how large the community solar program can be within each utility, because there's an overall cap on the megawattage, et cetera. And then within that, the Commission will be issuing rules that have to do with the relationship between the utility and the subscriber organizations, the developers who would actually be developing these projects, and also rules concerning the relationship between the developer or the subscribing organization, which is the company that develops the individual project, and their subscribers. In other words, the individuals who are part of it. So it's such a comprehensive set of rules that has to be created that any current application, couldn't possibly anticipate exactly what will be in those in the rules. As at this point we cannot as well. We're still working on it. So that's why this notification would provide notice that any kind of priority that is established through the queue, the current priorities in the queue, if your application is far afield of what eventually is required by the rules, then it can't really have any kind of priority. So I hope that's clear. I hope we didn't just muddy that up. I did attach to the memo to the Commission as an example with regard to the utilities inquiries to the Commission about how to handle these applications. An email string between myself and Ryan German of PNM. PNM had some detailed questions about the how to handle these applications while the rulemaking is pending. They even offered to have some representatives of the company available today. And I let Mr. German know that we wouldn't be needing any representatives today. Of course, if the Commission would like to have representatives of PNM, discuss this at some point in the future, the Commission, can absolutely decide that they would like to hear more about these issues. But at this point, the team just had this general recommendation with regard to notifying utilities and applicants that yes, the rulemaking could, is expected to substantially impact applications such that any current application queue cannot be considered to provide any kind of priorities. So, and then as I said, this order would act as a notification to the utilities themselves of these positions, but would also then instruct the utilities to work with staff on the best way to provide by the end of this month notice to all of the applicants, current applicants, and to any likely applicants that the utilities can identify, people that they assume are going to be applying at some point in the near future, with regard to the commission's notices here. So as you know, in many types of cases, especially big cases where a large group of people like ratepayers or something like that have to be notified of something, we often instruct the utility to work with staff on the best way to accomplish the notice. So we know what the content will be, but the utilities can work with staff as the best way to notify the people who need to be notified. And then this order would also have an ongoing effect in the sense that as new applications are filed with any of the three utilities, the utilities would be required to notify those applicants of these 2 points that the commission would be making. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioners, any thoughts or comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the order.
I'll second that.
Very good. Any further discussion? Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd, was that an aye?
Yes. Hey.
That was an abbreviated I. I didn't even know that was possible, but there it was.
Commissioner Maestas.
Yes, it's hard to follow the fonts, but yes, I'm in support.
I was going to make that reference, but I wasn't sure if that's what the reference was.
The fonts?
Fishman.
Aye.
And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioners, the proposed order in case 21-00112 UT is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, on to item number 7, the matter of New Mexico Gas Company's application for expedited variance, approving its plan for recovery of the gas costs related to the 2021 winter event. Michael, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this matter is back before the Commission after the last week's open meeting at which we held a public hearing on gas company's proposed plan for recovery of the 2021 winter event extraordinary gas costs under Rule 1710-640-14 NMAC, which is the extraordinary circumstances provision of the purchase gas adjustment rule that the Commission has adopted. The Commission heard the evidence in the form of testimony and exhibits from gas company and the Commission's utility division staff, and the Commission deliberated over modifications to the proposed recovery plan. Those deliberations indicated that the Commission was contemplating changing the proposed 30-month recovery period to 36 months, changing the gas company's proposed recovery of carrying costs for the $100 million Scotiabank short-term loan from the 3.7% carrying charge suggested by gas company based on its average cost of debt to the actual interest rate accruing on that loan, which is consistent with what it has done rather in the Zia and Raton cases preceding this one. Commission also contemplated requiring gas company to investigate and make an application to the commission for approval of alternative financing, either no later than 45 days prior to the end of the current 18-month term of the $100 million Scotiabank loan, or at the time that the floating LIBOR, and I'll just repeat, it's the London Interbank Offering Rate, reaches 0.75%. The commission also expressed interest in utilizing the modified recovery method concept, which includes a residential rate based on annual usage, specifically an irrigation rate based on February usage, and a uniform rate for all other non-residential usage as set forth in Table 4 of Gas Company's Exhibit Number 6, which is their response to the bench request that was issued on June 3rd, 2021. An additional matter that came up at the end of the case, or rather of the commission's consideration of the case, has to do with the additional $7.5 million of extraordinary gas costs, which are not included in the $100 million Scotiabank short-term loan, and which Gas Company indicates it has paid using Gas Company funds comprised of its equity funds and its revolving credit facility. Otherwise, it's known as its line of credit, which Gas Company had originally requested be recovered in the 3.7% carrying charge suggested by Gas Company based on its average cost of debt. The commission did not make a determination on how to address that final $7.5 million amount of the extraordinary gas costs. By way of background, the commission did issue a bench request on the, I'm going to get my date wrong here, sorry, last Friday, and I just lost it on my screen. Asking a series of questions from Gas Company to clarify the issues that still remain to be addressed. Specifically, one of the issues that came up is the mechanism by which Gas Company would recover the short-term loan, the $100 million loan from ratepayers, given that the carrying costs that the commission was contemplating approving, the testimony has been that those rates vary on a daily basis. And there was a question about how the variable nature of that rate would be facilitated, or what mechanism would facilitate the recovery of that rate from ratepayers as part of what the commission approves. There was also the question of what would be the appropriate rate for the remaining 7.5%. The Gas Company did file a response, and I'm just trying to find the response here quickly. Sorry, I've got too many things up on my screen. The Gas Company responded and indicated that while it reiterates its belief that the appropriate carrying charge for the $7.5 million additional amount would be its 3.7% cost of debt, the Gas Company is willing to apply the lower LIBOR-based interest rate to the entire $107.5 million in extraordinary gas costs, rather than seeking a different amount for that specific $7.5 million remainder. The Gas Company answered the bench request about how to charge the customers under the amortization schedule, reflecting the variable LIBOR rates. And I know I'm being somewhat redundant because the R in LIBOR is rates, but I'm saying it LIBOR rates anyway. And Gas Company answered that bench request by referencing the mechanism that it states it has been using under the terms of its financing with Scotiabank. It indicates that the variable rate is set at a monthly interest period rate adjusted monthly to match the actual rates, and that a balancing method would be applied to address under and over collections from customers based on those interest rate fluctuations, as well as the fluctuations in customer per therm usage by which the cost recovery would be based. The gas company estimates that actually the fluctuation in those rates would probably be more significant in terms of usage than in the interest rate. Gas company indicates that the 30-day average loan rate that it has been using at this point, as it stated in testimony, is the 0.1% plus 0.65%, which it used to calculate a 0.75% to calculate the interest rate to charge customers. It states because that is obviously an estimate, it would be subject to that balancing and true up that over the course of the 18 months that the loan would be in place, as I described. The commission, in its previous cases, has required monthly true ups statements from Zia and Raton, and that is what staff has requested also in this case. Gas company's response suggests instead quarterly or 3-month true ups in accordance with what it has been doing with its with the lender. Another issue that came up is that, as I stated before, the commission determined that it would require gas company to make an application to the commission for approval of refinancing the loan no later than 40 days prior to the end of the current 18-month term of the $100 million Scotiabank loan, or at the time that the LIBOR rate reaches 0.75%. Gas company has suggested as an alternative that the trigger should be when the interest rate significantly increases or decreases, which gas company suggests should be measured by where the total loan interest, as opposed to just the LIBOR, deviates by 50 basis points from the current 0.75% estimate. Gas company has suggested looking at that refinancing based on my math, then that would equal 50 basis points plus the 65 basis points, 50 for the LIBOR plus the 65 charged by Bank of Scotia, rather Scotiabank, would equal a 1.15% rate. And that compares to what the commission was contemplating, which would have been a 1.5%. So they would actually be suggesting that the commission contemplate refinancing on a smaller variation, a smaller increase than what the commission was contemplating. I think finally, the gas company indicates that the commission adopt its original proposed 30-month recovery period rather than the 36 months that the commission had contemplated, because the timing of the 30-month period that gas company has suggested is designed to avoid overlap in 2024 with the coldest months and the heaviest usage of that winter heating season. A response was filed by staff. Staff's position is that gas company should, on the $100 million loan, gas company should collect only interest at the LIBOR 0.65 plus 0.65 rate, and that should be capped at 3.7%. That's significantly above actually what I believe the commission had contemplated, which was re-examining the need for refinancing if the rate exceeded 1.5%. That's the 0.75 plus 0.75. Staff also is taking the position that New Mexico Gas Company any expenses paid by New Mexico Gas Company for the extraordinary gas costs outside of the $100 million loan should not be entitled gas company to any interest on that amount. And I think that covers what staff's response. So we have several issues that still need to be addressed by the commission. I did provide a form of proposed order, final order, and there, as stated, there are several issues that I guess the first thing that's on there is the recovery period, which the commission has set at 30 months. And the gas company suggests should be revised to 36 months. I'm not sure if the commission wishes to deliberate on this in closed session, or if the commission would like to do this in open session. That's at the commission's pleasure.
Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, for the record, when we closed last week, when we were discussing this case, I had implied that New Mexico Gas Company was basically going to cover any financing for the self-finance $7.5 million. But I just philosophically support financing the entire $107.5 million under the LIBOR rate. I'm flexible on the trigger, but I just wanted to state for the record that I did misspeak, and I think we're all under the impression that the gas company was going to cover that. The other thing is we don't have closed session posted on the agenda, but I'm sure we can rectify that with the Attorney General and ratify our decision at a subsequent meeting. So I have other issues, but before we begin deliberations, I've been working with Mike regarding my concern over the gas company's formal commitment to seek additional gas storage resources, particularly more that are company controlled. So Mike, if you could maybe just address that will also be added to the order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I apologize. I'm looking at my findings rather than the ordering paragraphs. There is additionally an ordering paragraph that addresses the issue of taking action consistent with what had happened in or was required from gas company after the 2011 winter weather event that resulted in curtailments. And so this proposes that that the gas company be required to make a filing with the commission within 12 months of the date of this order, consistent with the format of its fresh look filing in case 16-00097 UT, evaluating and assessing potential measures and specifically increased access to stored gas, including possible New Mexico Gas Company owned or controlled storage facilities that may be adopted to prevent a recurrence of this event and the potential for extraordinary gas expenses and curtailments to customers. So that would basically ask them to make a filing before us, explain what the gas company has contemplated as potential options to adopt to avoid a reoccurrence of this event, and it would give the commission the ability for input and interveners for input on proposed solutions.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a big proponent of transparency, but based on the last discussion regarding this issue, perhaps closed session would have been best to discuss some of these issues. Although we are closing in, I think, on a final order, I would prefer that we go into closed session to discuss some of these issues that have not been resolved and were the subject of recent filings.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just wanted to clarify that actually we would not be in violation of the Open Meeting Act by closing a matter that is actually noticed on the docket. We don't have to actually notice a closed session for matters that appear on the docket. It's only if we contemplate a closed session item that is not otherwise noticed. So if we wanted to say close the open meeting to address a personnel action item that is not specifically noticed as a case, we would have to notice that separately as an example. But whenever we're discussing or deliberating on an action item that's noticed, we can move to close that discussion.
Commissioners, I agree with Commissioner Maestas on this. I don't think it's so much necessarily a matter of keeping items secret, but we just start talking about technical issues and it gets kind of confusing, and I think it gets easier to discuss in closed session when we're kicking around these numbers. And quite frankly, provides more clarity to the public. We can kind of summarize all the confusion that we went through to get to the right answer without dragging everyone through details that could quite frankly be misleading. So I support the idea of going into closed session. Thoughts from other commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
I'm fine going into closed session. Did you hear me?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Other commissioners, any thoughts?
Mr. Chair,
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Berg.
I will make a motion that we go into closed session to deal with item 21-00095-UT to discuss the final order.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner.
Yes, go ahead.
I didn't want to cut off a commissioner. I think there was another commissioner speaking.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, were you speaking?
Oh, yes, Mr. Chairman. I think when we were talking about New Mexico Gas Company at the last open meeting, I want to just make it clear that when the commissioners would like to be transparent with their deliberations, that also signals our general counsel not to advise the commissioners during the deliberation in an open meeting. That's what it signals. We cannot get advice from Michael Smith, or he cannot state his perspective on the legal issues. He cannot state that in open meeting. So I just want to make sure the commissioners understand it's better that we go into a closed session and ask our general counsel, Michael Smith, to advise us and guide us the right way. So I do agree in going to a closed session. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Michael Smith, just to clarify, the basis upon which the commission would be going into closed session would be pursuant to section 1015(1)(h)(3), which provides that the commission may go into closed session for deliberations by a public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank
just a question. Will Isaac or Sarah send us another link, a Zoom link for the closed session?
I believe, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I believe that we will have a breakout room made available. And I think Sarah was just about to respond, so I just cut her off. I'll let her respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Yes, I have a breakout room set up that I'm going to put you all in.
And Sarah, how does that work? What does it look like on our screens?
It should automatically move you over to the breakout room once I click the button, once you're ready.
Wow. Even a commissioner can't screw that
Hands
up.
off me.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm bracing for it. So
Oh, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair. Let's see, I've been notified we got power back on, so I'll try to enter the Zoom meeting. And then I think I understand from what Sarah just said that should bump me into the closed session breakout room. Is that correct?
I will, yes, I'll make sure that you get in there.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'm going to try to get into Zoom now.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, now, Mike, I presume we need to take the roll here.
That's correct. I will take the roll on the motion to go into closed session pursuant to section 1015-1H3. Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
I,
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the motion to go into closed session is approved by a vote of 5-0.
And I'm
Okay,
just
Ms.
trying to get into the Zoom meeting if someone will admit me.
Okay.
It looks like I'm.
And
Okay, Commissioner Hall, I see you there. Let me move you over.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Sarah, in case you didn't see my message, the closed session is over, so you can go ahead and close that breakout room so everyone will come back to this meeting.
I did close it. And it
Oh,
says,
it's 60-second delay. So
yes, yeah.
I
So
said-
it's in
never
that delay. But they're in the process of coming back.
So,
Thank you.
Commissioner Maestas and I, we were both competent enough to be able to click the leave button at the lower right corner of the screen. It's because
Mine was upper left corner.
Oh, okay. Well, so three of us were competent enough to hit the leave button. We're obviously part of the Zoom generation. So
A very competent commission.
don't suck up, Isaac.
You tell him.
All right. Do we have all the commissioners? Can you please let us know if you're here?
I'm here.
Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay. Do I have a motion to bring us back into open session?
So moved.
And a second? I'll do it. And Michael, do we take a vote now?
Yes, it's a roll.
Okay.
I'll take the roll. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Here.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner, the commission is back into open session, and I would recite for the record that the commission only conducted deliberations on case 21-00095 UT, and no other matters were discussed in closed session other than those deliberations.
And I will confirm that as chair. I was supposed to say that before we voted, huh? I thought it was after, but anyway. So anyway, we've discussed all the issues. All the commissioners have come to unanimous consensus on each of the items in the revised proposed order. And Mike, should we move the order and second, and then have you read the decretal paragraphs? Or how do you want to do that?
Mr. Chairman, you can do it either way.
Mr. Chair, I would prefer that he recite the decretal paragraphs just to ensure that for the record, we knew what we were voting on before we actually had the vote.
I agree. So go ahead, Michael.
The decretal paragraphs would provide as follows. As modified herein, New Mexico Gas Company's cost recovery proposal and requested relief seeking variances to its approved purchase gas adjustment clause due to extraordinary circumstances is granted. And New Mexico Gas Company is authorized to implement its cost recovery plan to recover its extraordinary gas costs as modified as described herein. As per the terms of the June 14th, 2021 second bench request, New Mexico Gas Company's responses to the second bench request issued July 11th, 2021 are admitted into evidence, as are staff's responses submitted June 14th, 2021. New Mexico Gas Company's proposed 30-month recovery period is approved. New Mexico Gas Company shall utilize the modified recovery method concept, which includes a residential rate based on annual usage, an irrigation rate based on February usage, and a uniform rate for all other non-residential usage set forth in Table 4 of New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit Number 6, New Mexico Gas Company's response to bench requests issued June 3rd, 2021. New Mexico Gas Company shall recover carrying charges for the full $107.5 million in extraordinary gas costs financed at the actual LIBOR rate applicable to the $100 million Scotiabank short-term loan rather than New Mexico Gas Company's initial proposal to carry recovering costs at its average cost of debt of 3.7%. New Mexico Gas Company shall continue to utilize the 0.75% LIBOR mechanism for cost recovery of the $100 million Scotiabank loan described in New Mexico Gas Company's answer to paragraph 3 of the second bench request, which New Mexico Gas Company indicates it has utilized in accordance with the terms of the financing by selecting a monthly interest period, a period of time over which the LIBOR is fixed based on prevailing rates at the time each interest period is renewed based on the 30-day LIBOR. New Mexico Gas Company shall report to the Commission quarterly, starting with October 15th, 2021, as to the previous 3 months interest rates charged by the bank to New Mexico Gas Company and report its actual interest rates as compared to the 0.75% rate used in setting recovery of the extraordinary gas costs and adjust the amortization of the recovery balancing account accordingly so as to keep track of over or under collection. New Mexico Gas Company shall investigate alternative commercial refinancing opportunities over the course of the term of the $100 million Scotiabank short-term loan and make an application to the Commission for approval of refinancing that loan either no later than 45 days prior to the end of the current 18-month term of the $100 million Scotiabank loan, or at the time the floating LIBOR interest rate being charged to the company under this loan increases by 50 basis points from the current 0.75% interest rate. Prior to any refinancing, New Mexico Gas Company shall appear before the Commission to update the Commission on 1, the status of recovery of the extraordinary gas costs, 2, New Mexico Gas Company's plan for refinancing, 3, any adjustment to rates to the extraordinary gas cost amortization schedule to bring it in on balance and on time consistent with the period of recovery approved by the Commission, and 4, any other relevant matter in the Commission's discretion. New Mexico Gas Company shall promptly inform the Commission if it anticipates a change in this process. New Mexico Gas Company shall file invoices received from gas suppliers in case number 21-00095UT related to the costs incurred for the 2021 winter event. New Mexico Gas Company shall file any confidential documents under seal or upon entry of a protective order. New Mexico Gas Company shall provide proof of any attempts or actual negotiations with Kinder Morgan and any other natural gas suppliers to reduce the cost of gas and mitigate the impact of the 2021 winter event on New Mexico Gas Company's customers, and 100% of the monies from the reduction of costs shall be returned to New Mexico Gas Company's customers. New Mexico Gas Company shall file any confidential documents under seal or upon entry of a protective order. Within 12, I just moved my cursor too far. Within 12 months of the date of this order, New Mexico Gas Company shall make a filing with the Commission consistent with the format of its fresh look filing in case 16-00097UT, evaluating and assessing potential measures and specifically increased access to stored gas, including possible New Mexico Gas Company owned or controlled storage facilities that may be adopted to prevent a reoccurrence of this event and the potential for extraordinary gas expenses and curtailments to customers. New Mexico Gas Company shall immediately notify the Commission upon receipt of emergency aid, federal, state, or county, that it receives. New Mexico Gas Company shall identify the impacts of such aid to the balance of the invoices and balancing account used to true up the cost of the 2021 winter event. Utility Division staff shall perform, and New Mexico Gas Company shall participate in a regulatory review of the impact of the 2021 winter event and implementation of New Mexico Gas Company's recovery plan within 6 months of the date of this order. This order is effective immediately, and any other matter not specifically ruled on during the hearing or in this order is disposed of consistent with this order. And that's the full text.
Commissioners,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
so I'd like to move to approve the order.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Maestas moving and seconding. Any further discussion amongst the commissioners?
Yes, just Mr. Chair, I wanted to clarify that the reference to Table 4 of New Mexico Gas Company's Exhibit Number 6 was only regarding the modified recovery method and will not reflect the actual rates under the LIBOR rate. The language, I'm not advocating for any language change. I think the language is accurate. I'm just pointing that out, that reference is only to the concept, the recovery method concept only.
Correct, and I understand it the same way. And just to get a little more specific for the public record, 2 adjustments need to be made. One is for adding the additional $7 million of debt that we're going to include in the amortization schedule, which will adjust it up a little bit. But the other adjustment is for the interest rate, which will be down adjusted from 3.25, somewhere in that area, down to 0.75%. So those are the adjustments that will be made to that final table when we actually put this order into motion. And with that, I think we're ready for the roll. Mike.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the proposed orders are approved by a vote of 5-0.
And just a quick comment before we move on. The commission did a bench request to New Mexico Gas on very short notice before this meeting. And New Mexico Gas came back with very comprehensive and thoughtful answers that were incorporated to a large degree into our decision. And once again, we want to thank New Mexico Gas for the professional manner in which they handled this whole issue. So just wanted to let you guys know we appreciate it. With that, we're going to go on to item 8. And what I'd like to do is take a 10-minute break, and just a short one, because we're going to take another one at lunch at around 12:30, right? So we kind of break this into some chunks, easy to manage pieces. And we'll come back. What's the clock on my correct clock here? Yeah, my computer's not showing my clock. What time do we have, Mike?
I have 11:14.
Okay, 11:15. So let's come back at 11:25, 11:30. Let's make it 11:30. Round it off. We'll just plan to break again at 12:30 or 12:45, 1 o'clock for lunch. And we may, in fact, I'm almost certain we'll want to go further to hear hearing examiner Glick talk about the EPE rate case and her findings there. So with that, let's just break until 11:30 and we'll see you all back then.
Thank you. No. Here, this is what it looks. Hi, sorry, I called a minute ago, but just a second, guys. I'm not hearing anything.
Cynthia, Matt. Hey, good to see your face again.
It's good to get power back. But it came back pretty quick, actually. We're in Uray, so it's unknown to me.
Where's Uray near in Colorado? Is there a city it's close to, or?
Not really. If you go over a nearby pass, we're not far as the crow flies from Telluride, if that tells you anything, but
Okay.
you got to drive over a mountain pass to do it.
Sounds like a good place to be in the summer.
You know, usually it is, but it's remarkably hot here for them. You know, it's in the 90s and it's just, well, and this apartment is hot. I don't know why, it's just warm, so don't mean to complain, but I'm having fun, among other things. Getting a lot of work done, too. It's actually a good place to get work done.
Well, you did not sound whiny to me, if that's what you were worried about.
Oh, good. Besides, we can't be as hot as it is wherever you are, right? How hot is it in Santa Fe today?
It's going to be in the 90s.
Well, I guess we can be as hot.
But it was 105 degrees yesterday in my hometown of Las Cruces.
Oh, that's really awful. I guess it's just 84 here now, so that's not too bad.
Oh yeah, you got it great.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It only gets up to 88 today.
Okay. It's 11:30. Let me see. We've got Cynthia. We've got Commissioner Maestas. Commissioner Byrd, are you on?
I am, if you didn't see me.
Oh, okay. There you are. And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you on?
Yes.
Okay, we have all 5 commissioners, and we're ready to move on to item 8 on the agenda, which is 20-104 UT. And Carolyn is going to be in the matter of the application of El Paso Electric Company for revision of its retail electric rates. And Carolyn's going to continue going through her recommended decision along with Russell. Russell had sent out, before they get started, Russell had sent out a note advising that it might be wise to just go through the issues today and leave the vote for next week, so we have time to mull on what we've heard and be sure we're comfortable with it all. I'll just say I think that's a good idea. I know it is for me. So I don't know if people want to decide that up front or go through the presentation and then decide.
Steve, could you repeat what you said? I lost signal for a minute.
Okay, so
A minute.
the question is, do we want to decide to put the actual vote off till next week so we have time to mull on what we've heard today? And do we want to decide that now? Or do we want to decide that after we hear from Cynthia and Russell?
You don't mean Cynthia, you mean somebody else.
I mean, from Carolyn and Russell.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I wasn't expecting to vote today. I was sort of surprised to get a proposed order this early. I thought we had 3 weeks, and I know that we're just going to be listening to Carolyn today to go through the second half. So I definitely don't want to vote today. I think there are a lot of issues, and for me, this requires a lot of deliberation. So I don't think it would be giving this case sufficient time for deliberation if we do it today, personally.
Okay, so any other commissioner thoughts on this? Okay, I guess not. We'll start hearing from Carolyn. Two of us probably feel like we need more time to mull things over, but let's see how we feel after we hear from Carolyn and Russell. So Carolyn and Russell, please take it away.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'll just do a very brief comment before Carolyn starts. Just as you said, Mr. Chairman, I do think there's a lot to, there's still quite a bit of the RD for Carolyn to go through. And as with last week, she's presenting the subject matter on which there were exceptions filed. Then I will discuss the proposed order that, I only provided to you was it Monday morning? I guess it was Monday morning. So you really haven't had a chance to probably digest all of it. Now, the proposed order that I had provided was one that would just adopt Carolyn's RD in its entirety. But of course, as I said in my memo, this is a rate case and not a lot of issues. There's room for different choices. And then this morning, I forwarded to the commissioners, Commissioner Fishman's proposed order, which would have 3 areas of modification. And that's something the commission can discuss. I think today probably would be best for a discussion day, but the commission could vote today, of course. I mean, you'll have heard a comprehensive presentation from Carolyn, as well as, the presentation of the exceptions by me. But you may want more time to mull it over. So with that, I'll turn it over to Carolyn.
Mr. Chair, I just want to, can you hear me?
Hall, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to be real clear. I really think I can't vote today. I have to deliberate more. And I appreciate what Russell's saying, but I really don't think this is something we can just perfunctorily listen to Carolyn over the last half of her RD and then vote. And I think that would be a long discussion period. And I don't think it's a wise course.
Okay. I am inclined to respect if a commissioner is not ready to vote, to say, let's give it the extra week if that's the time they feel they need.
It's not extra. We planned 3 weeks.
Yeah, well, and we said 2 or 3. We'd been a little loose on it, but we certainly left it open for 3 if we needed it. And you're saying you need it.
Yeah, and it's a practice we've had, especially in rate cases.
So. Commissioners, anyone disagree with that on this thought? I think, my inclination is any commissioner who says they need more time typically will put off something on the agenda if we need to, and a commissioner requests it. This is not exactly the same, but it's awfully close. Any disagreements if we decide to push the vote off till next week?
That's fine with me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, terrific. All right. Go ahead, Russell and Carolyn.
Carolyn, you can go ahead. I've said all I have to say before Carolyn's presentation.
Whoop, is Carolyn on?
Oh, she was on before. Let me.
Yeah, she's on mute there, I see.
Okay. Carolyn, you're still muted. You may there may be sometimes there are two different ways you have to unmute yourself on Zoom.
Okay. Sarah, are you trying to contact Carolyn?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am right now.
Okay, thank
Give
you.
me just a minute.
Well, while we're waiting, I'm just going to remind the commission of the role, as you're aware, of the expert witness committee. So even if the commission decides to entertain, an alternative proposal other than the RD, then, it would not only will it be helpful to have the time, the week between now and the next open meeting for the commission's own deliberations, but that will provide time for the expert witness committee to run an alternative set of numbers. That would be the cost of service allocation. If a alternative proposed order changes the cost of service, a rate design, and bill impact. So that's something to keep in mind. Is that we would need some. If the commission were even voted on an alternative order today, you might want to wait until you had those numbers anyway. So we definitely having the 3 weeks will be using the full 3 weeks is I think a good idea.
Thanks, Russell, for that comment. Good point. Okay, Commissioner Byrd, give us a.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair, but Carolyn is going to be right with us.
Okay, terrific.
Hi, Commissioners. I apologize for that. I didn't hear you come back on.
Now we can see your face.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
And that too.
Good.
So Carolyn, we're ready for you to proceed with your RD presentation.
Yes. So where I left off last time was I was going through each adjustment I made, each downward adjustment I made to EPE's proposed revenue increase. What the next one I am on, can you see my recommended decision on, oh, I haven't shared it, I'm sorry. It's not letting me share, so I will just go to the paper version of my recommended decision. So I'm going to page 99. So the adjustment I made here is for EPE's request for a regulatory asset for its rate case expenses. EPE seeks to include in rate base a regulatory asset for its requested rate case expenses, in this case, in the amount of about 1.2 million, which is about half of the unamortized balance of its requested rate case expenses of 2.4 million. And then I'm going to flip to the next page, page 100. While the commission allowed EPE to include the unamortized balance of its rate case expenses and rate base in the 2015 EPE rate case, that precedent has changed. The commission may change its policy through an adjudication so long as it does not act arbitrarily and capriciously. A departure from precedent is not arbitrary and capricious if it is preceded by notice and is supported by a reasonable justification. The city and the county's recommendation is that the unamortized balance of rate case expenses not be included in rate base, and I am recommending adoption of that recommendation. The city county witness Garrett made this recommendation in his direct testimony, so EPE had noticed that the issue of whether to include the unamortized balance would be an issue in this case. Additionally, reasonable justification supports excluding the unamortized balance of rate case expenses from rate base. This reasonable justification comes from the 2017 SPS rate case, in which the commission prohibited SPS from including the unamortized amount of rate case expenses in rate base. In doing so, the commission said, quote, while the commission has allowed rate-based treatment of unamortized rate case expenses, the better policy is to follow commission precedent from case number 2262, in which the commission denied such treatment. The commission explained in that case that one reason that rate case expenses should not be included in rate base is if a utility does not file a rate case by the end of the amortization period, the utility will cover more than its actual expenses. The commission further said, also, fairness dictates that ratepayers should not pay the utility a profit for its regulatory expenses when the primary beneficiary of these expenses is usually the shareholder. I found that the rationale stated in the SPS rate case for excluding the unamortized balance of rate case expenses from rate base applies equally in this case. Additionally, excluding the unamortized balance of rate case expenses from rate base accomplishes some sharing of rate case expenses between shareholders and ratepayers. Okay.
Any questions or thoughts on that point from commissioners or? Okay.
Okay. The next recommended decrease to EPE's requested revenue increase that I made is to remove an addition to rate base related to the Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station water agreement. And this is on page 123 of my written recommended decision. So the Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station is not located on or near a large body of water. Therefore, it purchases cooling water from 2 wastewater treatment plants in the greater Phoenix area. In April 2010, the Palo Verde participants entered into a municipal effluent purchase and sale agreement with several municipalities in which the municipalities agreed to sell and deliver treated wastewater to the Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station, excuse me, participants through 2050. In addition to monthly payments for the effluent delivered, the Palo Verde participants agreed to pay Phoenix on behalf of all the municipalities 4 lump sum payments of $7.5 million each. The first payment was due within 30 days of the effective date of the agreement, and the remaining 3 payments were due by January 31 of the effective date of the agreement. Were due by January 31 of each of the years 2011 through 2013. EPE's annual payment was $1,185,000. It made its 4 annual payments quite a few years ago. It recovers those payments through rates through an amortization. EPE proposes an approximate $450,000 addition to rate base to recognize the unamortized amount, which is to be amortized over the term of the agreement. EPE did not request to include the unamortized amount in rate base in its 2015 rate case. EPE witness Borden did not know why EPE did not make this request. And going on to page 124, the city argues that EPE's request to include the unamortized amount of the prepayments in rate base is untimely, inappropriate, and should be denied. EPE characterizes the unamortized amount as a prepayment. Prepayments as a component of working capital represent an investment of funds that is generally included in the rate base if that investment has not been recognized elsewhere, such as in cash working capital. Prepayments represent cash payments that are made in advance of the period to which they apply and include items such as prepaid rents, insurance, and taxes. In the 2010 P&M rate case, I was the hearing examiner appointed to preside over that case, and I recommended including about $8.8 million in P&M's rate base, representing prepayments made by P&M under the Afton Commercial Services Agreement, or the Afton CSA. In its final order, the commission reversed my recommendation, conditioning its approval of the stipulation on the parties agreeing to remove the Afton CSA prepayments from rate base. In support of its ruling, the commission said, as argued by CEUC, the commission has generally required that utilities proposing to prepay expenses must show by a cost-benefit analysis or other evidence that the prepayment benefits ratepayers. P&M has failed to provide any such evidence, and has failed to meet its burden to justify this cost. Similarly, EPE has not provided any evidence that the prepayment benefits ratepayers. Therefore, following the precedent from the 2010 P&M rate case, I recommend excluding those prepayments, the unamortized prepayments from rate base. Any questions? Okay.
Mr. Chair, Carolyn, after you make your conclusion on these disallowances, is there any way maybe you can pop up the summary table? Because you do have a summary table, and it may help just to remind everyone that's watching what amounts we're talking about as you go through each section. If that's okay. If you, I know you can't share your screen.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yes. So if you go back to page
15
of my recommended decision, the amount of that exclusion is 113,002. No, I'm sorry. Is a 42,673 reduction.
Thank you. That helps.
Okay, good. The next recommended adjustment is on page 124 of my recommended decision, and it directly follows what I was just talking about. And it relates to the Newman ground lease agreement. In 2008, EPE entered into a ground lease agreement with the El Paso Water Utilities Public Service Board for EPE to use about 543 surface acres surrounding the Newman power plant as a buffer zone. The agreement generally precludes development of the buffer zone, and the intent of the agreement is to ensure physical separation of the Newman power plant from the encroachment of future development. Under the agreement, EPE made 2 lump sum payments in 2008 and 2009, each in the amount of $1.1 million. EPE proposes to include in rate base, in this case, about $193,000 to recognize the unamortized amount. EPE did not seek to recover this amount in the 2015 rate case, and again, EPE witness Borden did not know why. Again, this represents a prepayment by EPE. EPE did not provide any evidence that the prepayment benefits ratepayers, and therefore, as with the previous issue I discussed, I recommend denial of EPE's request to include the prepayments in rate base. And the amount, the reduction resulting from that recommendation is $18,277. Okay. I already, well, let's see. The next recommended reduction is on page 159 of my recommended decision.
Carolyn, what page is that?
I might have gotten that wrong. Just a moment. Okay, it begins on page 159 at the bottom. FERC accounts 923 and 928 both include litigation expenses. Going to page 160. Well, sorry, I'm getting messed up because I had been working with the recommended decision that I was going to share. I think I'm on the wrong page. Just a moment.
Carolyn, had you covered the number 10 in the table, reduce recoverable rate case expenses?
I did. I covered
Okay.
that last time.
Okay.
So Carolyn, should we be at the heading litigation expenses?
Yes. Okay. So I think I was at the right place. Okay. Again, FERC accounts 923 and 928 both include litigation expenses. EPE Schedule H1 breaks out costs in account 923 between outside services employed and outside services employed litigation. It also breaks out costs in account 928 among regulatory expenses litigation, regulatory commission expenses, and regulatory commission expenses Palo Verde. The amounts on Schedule H1 are on a total company basis. The amount that EPE seeks to recover for outside services employed litigation on a New Mexico jurisdictional basis is about $185,000. The amount that EPE seeks to recover for regulatory expenses litigation on a New Mexico jurisdictional basis is about $92,000. These breakdowns are not shown anywhere else in EPE's application and pre-filed testimonies. There is a work paper that identifies each regulatory commission expense, but it is not broken down between litigation and non-litigation. When asked by the city in discovery for dollar amounts billed and paid by EPE for the amounts in Schedule H1 for FERC account 923, EPE objected and did not provide the requested information. The only testimony submitted by EPE in support of its litigation expenses is the following testimony from EPE witness Prieto. Quote, "The company must address legal issues in a number of areas. The company employs outside law firms to obtain specific expertise, such as Securities and Exchange Commission, environmental, and industry reporting and compliance. New Mexico Regulatory Counsel or Litigation Counsel, and to address legal issues that require resources in excess of the company's in-house legal resources. Often the same law firms are used to provide services in order to maintain continuity and take advantage of familiarity with company issues. The company negotiates with these firms to obtain competitive rates for their services." End quote. The city argues that EPE has provided no evidence to support its request for recovery of litigation fees. It argues that recovery of these fees should be denied because EPE has not met its burden of proof which I discussed last week, which is a heightened burden of proof for litigation expenses. EPE responded that it had been deprived of an opportunity to develop evidence on this issue because the city raised the issue for the first time in its initial pre-hearing brief. What EPE fails to recognize is it has the heightened burden of proof in the first place to justify recovery of its requested litigation expenses. EPE has not identified, let alone justified, the expenses that comprise the approximate $185,000 amount for outside services employed litigation, or the expenses that comprise the approximate $92,000 for regulatory expenses litigation. Therefore, I recommend adoption of the city's recommendation to deny recovery of those expenses. And so the total amount of that reduction is $277,077. Okay. The next recommended reduction I discuss on page 161 of my recommended decision, and this deals with EPE's payroll expense. EPE seeks to recover payroll costs of $19.8 million. EPE uses an operation and maintenance expense ratio to calculate payroll expense. The operation and maintenance, or O&M, expense ratio is the amount of payroll costs that are expensed in a year divided by total payroll costs for that year, adjusted for known and measurable changes. EPE applies a 3-year average of the O&M expense ratio to total payroll costs to determine the portion of payroll costs it includes in its cost of service. In this case, the 3-year average is for the years of 2017, 2018, and 2019. Payroll costs that are expensed in a year are taken from EPE's FERC Form 1. In 2019, EPE incurred strategic transaction costs, which are costs which were related to the merger between EPE and Sun Jupiter. These strategic transition costs include outside costs and an allocation of costs for EPE employees who worked on the merger. In that merger case, the joint applicants agreed, as a condition of the approved stipulation, to, quote, not seek recovery of transaction costs in EPE's rates, end quote. EPE removed 2019 internal labor costs allocated to the merger from its base period payroll expense. However, to derive test year period payroll expenses for which EPE seeks recovery, it adjusted the 2019 payroll expenses to reflect what it says is the known and measurable change that the EPE employees who worked on the merger will now return to their regular duties, and their labor costs will once again be charged to payroll expense. Therefore, for the test year period, EPE added back in the amount of labor costs allocated to the merger in 2019, and EPE used this amount to calculate the test year period O&M ratio. The city county witness, Mark Garrett, more specifically explained that EPE, in calculating test year period payroll expenses, use the payroll costs stated on page 355, line 65, column D, from FERC Form 1 for 2017 and 2018. However, for 2019, EPE added about 3.1 million identified as strategic transition costs to the online 78, page 355, to the approximately 85 million amount on line 65 on page 355. Therefore, for 2019, EPE used approximately 88 million as payroll costs expense. This resulted in a payroll expense percentage of 74.31% for 2019, instead of the 71.68% payroll expense percentage that would result if the approximate 85 million expense amount were used. The city and the county argue that if the approximate 88 million amount is used for 2019, EPE will indirectly recover transaction costs from the merger and rates in violation of the stipulation approved in the 2019 merger case. Therefore, they argue that the approximate 85 million amount should be used as the 2019 expense amount. Mr. Simpson agrees. The Attorney General also agrees and adopts the county's arguments regarding EPE's claimed payroll expense. The Attorney General states, quote, as a party to case number 19-00234-UT, and as a signatory to the stipulation in that case, the Attorney General has a vested interest in making sure that transaction costs are not borne by EPE's customers. Skipping over the next paragraph and going on to the final one, I concluded in the stipulation approved in the merger case, EPE agreed to not seek recovery of transaction costs of the merger in its rates. Mr. Garrett showed that EPE's proposed payroll expense includes recovery of such costs. The recommendation to disallow recovery of the strategic transition costs indirectly included in payroll expense should be adopted. And the dollar disallowance resulting from that recommendation is $896,618.
So Carolyn, I'm going to kind of restate this in a simplified manner for my own understanding.
Okay.
As I'm looking at this, it sounds like what's happened is they took some internal resources and used them to do this transaction. And they were managing to run the business just fine while those resources were doing that. And now they're going to put those resources, they're treating it as if they're going to put those resources back in as if they actually need them, when perhaps they really don't. And is that kind of the justification for this disallowance?
I'd say it a little bit differently, Chairman Fishman, and that is that EPE incurred these costs related to the merger. And it says its argument is that it will still incur these costs in the test year because the internal employees who performed the merger tasks will now be doing their regular tasks. And so that will replace the work they did on the merger. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
So Carolyn, though, but that work that they purportedly would replace was already done, right?
Well, I don't think they ever said that. What they said was the EPE employees who worked on the merger will return to their regular duties, and their labor costs will once again be charged to payroll expense. So I don't know if these duties that they're saying the EPE employees will return to, I don't know if they perform those duties while they were working on the merger. There's no evidence of that, about that.
Well, I think since the burden is on the company to make it very clear what the expenses are for, and this at best sounds like my interpretation, I support your exclusion.
Commissioner Hall, thanks for that question. That helped clarify for me too. So it just sounds like if they were working on the merger, then in the test year, they really didn't, those were not costs of operating the utility, and therefore we can't apply it. Am I nailing it down a little better?
Sounds like it. That sounds like a good interpretation. Yeah.
Thanks. That helps.
The next adjustment I recommended related to EPE's request to shorten the retirement dates of six of its natural gas generation plants. And this was a big issue in the case. The discussion starts at page 175. So EPE's proposal is to significantly shorten the retirement dates of 6 natural gas generation plants so that they will be fully depreciated by 2045. EPE witness Schiestel made clear that the driving reason that EPE proposes to shorten the retirement dates is not any change in the condition of the plants, but the 2019 amendments to the Renewable Energy Act, which require 1, renewable energy resources to supply no less than 80% of all retail sales of electricity in New Mexico no later than January 1, 2040, and 2, zero carbon resources to supply 100% of all retail sales of electricity in New Mexico no later than January 1, 2045. And then skipping down to the table at the bottom of page 175, you can see the natural gas plants for which EPE seeks to shorten the retirement dates. And the last column shows by how many years EPE seeks to shorten the retirement dates. This proposal by EPE would increase its depreciation expense by about $1.5 million. There was a lot of opposition to this. The parties who opposed it were the city, the county, the Attorney General, Philip Simpson, Mary Lee Souls, and staff also. There were a number of reasons that were raised for why this request should be denied. I relied on one reason in particular, and that's the only one I'm going to discuss unless you want me to discuss the other arguments. And that begins on page 184 of my recommended decision. I found that EPE's request should be denied. As I just told you, more than one of the arguments raised by the interveners and staff against EPE's request have merit, but it is only necessary to rely on one of those arguments. That is that EPE should present the commission a firm plan for the disposition or use of the plants before it seeks commission approval to shorten their retirement dates. I found that this conclusion is required by commission precedent, which I summarized in my recommended decision. I'm not going to go through those cases unless you'd like me to.
Mr. Chair, Carolyn?
Yes.
When I read this, it seemed that there's a potential threshold legal question regarding whether or not the Energy Transition Act applies to the closure of natural gas plants. And I don't recall there being a resolution to that. Do you still see that as open-ended based on your experience in this case?
Yes, Commissioner Maestas, that was one of the arguments that I think the city and the county made for why it should be rejected. And that was based on their, I would say, conjecture that actually based on their conjecture that securitization might eventually apply to natural gas plants as well as coal plants. I did not address that because I found that EPE's request should be denied on another ground.
Got it. Thank you.
Now I'm going to page 186. In response to staff's argument that EPE needs to receive approval to abandon the plants before their service lives are changed, EPE says that the commission lacks authority to require a utility to file an application to abandon plant, and the commission has made clear that EPE must comply with the Renewable Energy Act. EPE then says, quote, "It necessarily follows that EPE will be required to abandon these units by 2045, and indeed, EPE confirmed its intent to do so in this case," closed quote. In support of this assertion, EPE cites to Mr. Schiestel's direct testimony at page 14. However, his testimony at page 14 does not support EPE's assertion. There, Mr. Schiestel said, quote, "EPE is proposing accelerated depreciation of existing gas generation to ensure that the cost of these assets is fully recovered by the earlier of their planned retirement dates or 2045, when it is anticipated that it may no longer be providing energy to EPE's New Mexico customers. Moreover, when asked whether EPE has a plan for taking its natural gas generations out of service, Mr. Schiestel responded, quote, "Other than what is stated here, which is the plan to change the depreciation rates for these units so that they are fully recovered by 2045, we don't have any specific planning for units in 2045 at this point, specifically with respect to removing them from service here in New Mexico," close quote. The uncertainty surrounding the actual retirement date of a generation unit is evidenced by EPE's own representations of the retirement date of Newman Unit 2, which is a gas generation plant. In 2012, EPE sought CCNs for Montana Power Station Units 1 and 2 to replace in part Newman Unit 2, which EPE said it planned to retire in December 2015. However, after the commission issued CCNs for Montana Power Station Units 1 and 2, EPE changed its mind on the retirement date of Newman Unit 2, finding that it could run reliably for another 7 years. Additionally, the credibility of the EPE's request to accelerate the retirement dates of its natural gas generation units, in this case, is undermined by its assumption of a 40-year useful life for Newman Unit 6, a natural gas generation plant, for which EPE sought a CCN in 2019, which the commission denied. Also weighing against granting EPE's request is the commission's directive in its final order in the case in which it denied a CCN for Newman Unit 6. In that case, the commission said that EPE shall provide in its next application for approval of any resource acquisition, whether by CCN or long-term purchase power agreement, a comprehensive plan showing how EPE will comply with the renewable energy requirements of the Renewable Energy Act. I found it would be premature for the commission to approve EPE's request to accelerate the retirement dates of the 6 natural gas generation plants without having examined and ruled upon EPE's plan. Being presented with a plan for the disposition or use of the natural gas generation units lays the ground for a commission determination of the need, amount, and timing of any acceleration of the retirement dates. The AG had recommended to limit increases to current depreciation rates for the natural gas units to 33%. I found that must be rejected because it is not cost-based. So are there any questions regarding that recommendation?
So what's the dollar adjustment?
Thank you. 1,561,222.
And one other question or point that maybe you can respond to is that these plants serve Texas 80%, New Mexico 20%. That even once they've got to 100% New Mexico renewable energy, those plants could still be operating to serve the Texas jurisdiction, correct?
Yes, that was one of the arguments made in support of rejecting EPE's recommendation. That would have to be approved by both this commission and the Texas Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Carolyn, since we're declining their request to accelerate the depreciation of these gas plants, were there any corresponding disallowances regarding any tax implications? Because as you know, the IRS depreciation is accelerated on the front end, but for regulatory purposes, it's straight line. But I'm just wondering if they had any kind of claims for tax advantages, assuming that we would approve the accelerated depreciation.
Commissioner Maestas, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, but we may want to follow up on that to see if there are any other implications to to their taxes with the assumption that we would approve this accelerated depreciation.
I think,
And I'll have my assistant look into that as well.
okay. And then that concludes my discussion of the adjustments that I recommended. There is an exception related to a city argument that I recommended denial of that is the subject of exceptions. So my understanding is you would want me to cover that, even though I did not recommend the city's position, because it is the subject of exceptions. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, this starts on page 157 of my recommended decision. And it relates to regulatory commission expense. EPE seeks to recover about 1.34 million in its cost of service for regulatory commission expense, which is classified under FERC account 928. Items included in this account are fees, pay, and expenses of accountants and auditors, actuaries, appraisers, attorneys, engineering consultants, management consultants, negotiators, etc. Included in this approximate 1.34 million amount are expenses for three commission cases. One is approximately 102,000 for case number 18-00109-UT. The second is approximately 185,000 for case number 19-00348. And the third is approximately 136,000 for case 19-00349. The city, at the time before I issued my recommended decision, objected to EPE's request for recovery of expenses related to all three of those cases. My understanding from reading the exceptions is it no longer objects to recovery of the approximate 102,000 for case 18-00109, so I will not address that. The other two cases for which it opposes recovery, again, one is case 19-00348-UT, which was EPE's application for approval of 3 long-term purchase power agreements, which it filed in November of 2019. The subject of the other case for which the city opposes recovery is case 19-00349, which was EPE's application for approval of a CCN for Newman Unit 6. The city objects to EPE's recovery of the costs for these cases for 2 reasons. One, it argues that the costs for these cases that were paid by EPE in 2020 outside the base period are not known and measurable changes, and EPE did not receive authorization for a regulatory asset for these costs incurred outside the base period. Second, the city argues that the costs are not indicative of EPE's annual level of expenses for commission proceedings. It suggests that if these costs are included in rates, they should be recovered over the lives of the projects. Also included in the approximate 1.34 amount that EPE seeks to recover for regulatory commission expense is about $71,000 for regulatory activity New Mexico, which a work paper says consists of other general regulatory expenses related to various cases or filings. EPE witness Borden said, these are probably filings to satisfy requirements for specific reports that are filed with New Mexico. These would not be specifically related to a case number. The city apparently does not object to recovery of that amounts, but objects to it being included in the cost of service under a particular FERC account. So in my recommended decision, I have in sum, the city objects to EPE's recovery of $423,022 for expenses claimed for 3 cases. My calculation, because they no longer appear to be objecting to recovery of expenses claimed for case 18-00109, my calculation is now that the city objects to recovery of $321,073. I found that this objection should be denied. With respect to the 2 cases for which the city continues to object to recovery of the costs, it is probable that EPE will file an application for approval of a purchase power agreement or a CCN before it files its next base rate case in light of the commission's denial of its request for a CCN in the Newman 6 case.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So just to get.
Whoops, you're breaking up.
More like frozen.
Yeah. Carolyn, please continue, and when Commissioner Hall gets back on, we'll go from there.
Okay. Again, as I just said, let me back up a minute. The city's main objection to recovering costs for these cases is that they were one-time costs for individual cases, and the city's argument is that that won't reoccur. I found that it is probable that EPE will file similar cases in the future because of the commission's denial of a CCN for Newman Unit 6. Mr. Schiestel said at the hearing, quote, the Newman Unit 6 capacity was planned for the summer of 2023. So if a resource procurement is determined to be necessary for New Mexico around the same time frame, we would have to do something for the summer of 2023. Additionally, Ms. Borden said, although we won't have, for example, we may not have a long-term PPA case every year, the cases that we see on a year-to-year basis do change. So we won't have the same cases every year. But the level of regulatory commission expense that we're requesting is consistent with what we've seen in past years. And again, it's not the same cases every year. So that's what I relied on to deny the city's recommendation.
Commissioner, comments, questions?
Carolyn, I lost signal there for a little bit and had to relocate where I am. And so I didn't hear your full explanation. I think you must have started to answer my question. Did you hear me ask a question of you in the
Did
first
not.
place? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, well, I did ask a question and I was trying to ask a question about the recovery of expenses associated with the Newman plant. However, I guess, did you move on from that? You didn't hear me at all. So I'll just, is that correct?
I didn't. But if your question is why should we allow recovery of those expenses?
Yeah.
My reasoning to not disallow them is that it's likely that before EPE files its next rate case, it is going to file a case in which it seeks approval of another CCN or a purchase power agreement. So it wouldn't be the same case, but it would be a similar case in which it would be expected to incur approximately the same amount of costs that it did in the Newman 6 case.
Well, my concern is that several, I guess, but my concern is based on the fact that there was an infusion of capital after this case was filed, and there's witness testimony, David Garrett, I believe, testimony to the effect that while that the accounting treatment for that infusion is such that it would cover construction costs for future planned construction without identifying projects. One of the projects would necessarily relate to the Newman plant, and that unless there was a disallowance of that request, then well, this has to do with an exception request. So unless there was an approval of that exception, then ratepayers would indirectly be covering the costs of that construction of Newman plant, which we had disallowed prior. So I guess my question is, what is the nexus of these expenses we're talking about to that issue?
Commissioner Hall, I think what you're referring to is an argument that was made with respect to return on equity.
Yes.
And the EPE had argued that it needs a higher return on equity because of its construction projects.
Correct.
And I rejected that argument because this commission did not approve of Newman Unit 6. So what this expense that the city argues should be disallowed are the regulatory expenses that EPE incurred in connection with filing that application, such as outside attorney fees, copying fees, that sort of thing. This expense has nothing to do with the actual construction of Newman Unit 6.
Fine, thank you. And we'll go back to the ROE issue later.
Okay.
Thanks.
So again, I am not recommending the city's position. So I have no recommended disallowance for that issue.
So Carolyn, Essentially what we're saying is we're taking these costs and we're treating them as annually incurred regulatory costs that are going to be included in their base expenses for setting their revenue requirement.
Chairman Fishman, that is correct.
Right, and that would be as opposed to trying to set up, accounts for separate recovery, regulatory asset type of accounts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that concludes my discussion of my recommended decreases to EPE's requested revenue increase. So I'm on page 15 of my recommended decision. So you can see at the bottom of the table that my total recommended decrease, base revenue decrease, is about 3.3 million or 2.74%. Sorry, that's our landline again. So page 15 is part of a summary that I prepared of my recommended decision. The next two sections of this summary, letters C and D, are not the subject of any exceptions. I included these in the summary because I thought they were important points. But if you want me to stick with just discussing the issues that are raised in exceptions, I will skip those. I need some guidance from you on that.
Commissioners?
I'm okay with just sticking to the exceptions, but I had a few questions on the exceptions.
Just water?
Okay, so I do have a couple more. Starting on page 19, the time of use rates are the subject of exceptions, so I'll discuss that. So again, I'll read from starting at page 19. And this is a summary of my time of use recommendations. The later part of my recommended decision has a much more extensive discussion of the time of use rates. This is a summary. So under a time of use rate, customers pay a higher per kilowatt hour charge for energy during a peak period when demand for energy is higher than during other times of the day. In EPE's last rate case, the Commission ordered EPE in its next base rate case, which is this case, to propose changes to its time of use rates to increase participation in its time of use rates. EPE proposes to change its references to time of use rates, or TOU rates, to time of day, or TOD rates. And the remainder of my discussion refers to time of day, or TOD rates, as opposed to TOU rates. Among the interveners who commented on EPE's proposed time of day rate design, all agreed that EPE's proposed time of day rate design is not sufficiently aggressive to markedly increase participation in EPE's time of day options. As I discovered, time of day rate design is complex and involves a lot of moving parts. I recommend an aggressive time of day rate design resulting from the following recommendations on the components of time of day rate design. First, no changes in existing customer charges. And that is more related to the fact that I'm recommending an overall base revenue decrease. 2, I recommend a 4-hour peak period beginning at 3:00 p.m. and ending at 7:00 p.m. when the kilowatt hour energy charge is higher. EPE proposed a 6-hour peak period. However, evidence, including a report from the Brattle Group, is that a shorter peak period results in greater enrollment in time of day options because it shortens the period during which customers need to shift electricity use off peak. Between 2017 and 2020, the hours of EPE's highest daily demand were 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. However, for those years, the hours of the lowest margin between demand and available generation were 3:00 p.m. to 7:00 p.m. I concluded there is no right or wrong answer as to whether a peak period should correspond to the hours of EPE's highest peak demand or to the hours when there is the lowest margin between demand and available resources. However, I recommended basing the peak period on the hours when the margin between demand and available resources is least, because these are the hours when it seems more important to shift load, because these are the hours when the need for additional capacity is greatest.
Mr. Chair, could I possibly ask some questions now about this?
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
I mean, we're not at the point of talking about exceptions, but this brings up an exception. So should we let Carolyn go through the rest of these first? That's what I'm wondering.
I'm thinking it might be a good idea to let her go through it and be sure we have the whole picture.
Yeah, I sure think so too.
Her take on it.
Yeah, okay, never mind. But I'll want to get back to you on that, Carolyn.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Carolyn.
Another component of my recommendation on time of day rate design is to reject the revenue neutrality assumption built into EPE's time of day rate design. And that revenue neutrality assumption is that within a class, EPE will collect the same amount of revenue from time of day customers as non-time of day customers, which I found conflicts with the purpose of time of day options, which is to shift electricity use off peak. Rejection of EPE's revenue neutrality approach may result in EPE not collecting its approved revenue requirement if my recommended rate design results in bill savings for time of day customers. For this reason, I recommend that EPE be allowed to file a petition within 14 months of issuance of a final order in this case to request recovery of any shortfall of its approved revenue requirement caused by bill savings achieved by customers who select time of day rates. I found that EPE should also report on time of day adoption and propose any revisions to the time of day rate design in light of the experience during those 14 months. Another component of time of day rate design that I recommend is that for each customer class to select a monthly level of kilowatt hour use for which the monthly bill for a time of day customer and a non-time of day customer is the same for that level of use unless the time of day customer shifts electricity use off peak. From that break-even point, if the time of day customer shifts electricity use off-peak, that customer's bill is less than the non-time of day customer's bill. My recommendation is that the monthly kilowatt hour use for which the bill is the same for the time of day and non-time of day customer be 50% higher than the monthly bill for an average use customer in a class. This is based on evidence that customers with higher kilowatt hour use have a greater opportunity to shift electricity use off peak. Another component I recommend for time of day rate design is to make.
How did you arrive at the 50% figure?
It was based on testimony from City Witness Provencio. He didn't use 50% in particular. He just said that customers with a higher than average kilowatt hour use have a greater opportunity to shift electricity use off peak. So the 50% was a judgment call on my part.
Thank you.
Another component of time of day rate design I recommend is to make the time of day on peak energy charge, which applies during the peak period, at least 4 times higher than the time of day off peak energy charge. So that's a 4-to-1 price ratio. The Brattle Group found that as the price ratio increases, customers shift use in greater amounts, but at a declining rate. And the final component of time of day rate design I recommend is to make the time of day off-peak energy charge less than the non-time of day energy charge. And this is because time of day customers can only achieve bill savings if the time of day off-peak energy charge is less than the non-time of day energy charge. Because of my recommendation that the monthly kilowatt hour use for which the bill is the same for a time of day and non-time of day customer, well, start over. Because my recommendation that the monthly kilowatt hour use for which the bill is the same for a time of day and non-time of day customer be 50% higher than the monthly bill for an average use customer in a class, bill savings under the time of day option will be more difficult to achieve for an average use customer than a higher use customer. This result is the trade-off for making the time of day and non-time of day bills the same for customers whose monthly kilowatt hour use is 50% higher than the monthly kilowatt hour use for an average use customer. It results in the time of day option being less attractive for an average use customer. However, this trade-off might result in more of a total shift of electricity use off peak because higher kilowatt hour use customers have a greater ability to shift electricity use off peak. The non-summer bills for time of...
I've got a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Was there evidence regarding what's the percentage of customers using 50% or more energy than the average of all customers? 50% over average. I just wonder how many customers are being captured that way.
Commissioner Hall, I don't believe that evidence is in the record.
Okay. It's a Judge McCall area, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The non-summer bills for time of day, non-time of day residential service customers would be the same for all levels of monthly kilowatt hour use because of my recommendation to make the non-summer energy charges the same for time of day and non-time of day customers. In conclusion, finding an effective time of day rate design likely will be a matter of trial and error because of the many moving parts comprising that rate design. However, my recommended rate design hopefully will be a move in the right direction.
Commissioner Hall, maybe that now I suppose is the time for you to get into your questions.
Sure. So there is an exception filed by Yellowbird Services. I'm sure you've studied relating to the issue of, I guess, I would say getting the program on its feet sooner rather than later by using time of use rate hours of 2 to 6 instead of 3 to 7, because that's when more people will be using it, because they won't be slowed down by their use won't be slowed down by the dinner hour. And, their argument I found persuasive insofar as it was arguing from the standpoint of a business which had, I guess, struggled with these issues in the past and had a sensitivity toward how to engage customers, and made the argument that in order to have a successful program, you need to, first of all, have customers engage. And it's easier for them to do that between 2 to 6 as opposed to 3 to 7, because it skips the dinner hour. And, that just had a practical ring to it. I wondered if you would consider that a reasonable option, even though it's not the one that you chose, since it's based more on concerns of marketing rather than ultimate efficacy. I think they were saying that if we, get the program off to a good start with lots of participation, then its efficacy will become more apparent and will attract more users, and then the time shifts can be accomplished in the future. But if the only thing that's used as a rationale to attract customers is the marginal issue that you were talking about, it just wasn't so relatable. That was my impression that I got from that argument. Can you speak to that at all?
Commissioner Hall, I can't address the exception. That's Russell Fisk's role, but I can tell you why I rejected Yellowbird's proposed 1:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. peak period. Would that help?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, Yellowbird's witness, Rocky Bacchus, his times are Mountain Standard Times, and the peak period occurs during Mountain Daylight Time. So it was unclear to me what peak period hours Yellowbird was actually proposing, because the peak period occurs in Mountain Daylight Time. So he presented his 1:30 to 5:30 peak period in Mountain Standard Time, which if you converted that to Mountain Daylight Time would be 2:30 to 6:30. So I wasn't clear what hours Yellowbird was actually proposing. That's one reason.
And this didn't come up until the exception period phase.
No, it came up at the hearing.
So did you do a bench request? Well, Did you have an opportunity to inquire into what time frame he was using, or what time he meant in connection with your time frames?
Commissioner Hall, I don't think I asked that question, and that probably would have been a good question to ask.
Well, would it be reasonable to, well, I guess to the extent he was arguing against your notion of 2 to 5, I guess the question in your mind is still whether he's thinking about mountain time or daylight saving time. You don't know. You just don't know what he's talking about.
Well, there were two other reasons I rejected Yellowbird's proposed peak period. And the second one was, regardless of whether his Yellowbird's peak period begins at 1:30 p.m. or 2:30 p.m., it includes some parts of the hours of 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, which are not the hours driving the need for new resources, in part because solar resources are coming on at that time.
Yes, I recall that.
Go
ahead. That's fine.
And then the third reason I rejected Yellowbird's proposed peak period is because ending it at 5:30 p.m., if that's when it's proposing to end it, at 5:30 p.m. Mountain Daylight, would encourage what's called a snapback, because the hour after 5:30 p.m. still has high demand. So you'd be encouraging people to, after 5:30 p.m., to just increase again their electricity use.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's just a little disconcerting here to be trying to make a decision when we don't even know at least what time periods this exception was based on from your perspective. It might not have effectively been an exception. Well, I guess it's just a little unsatisfying there, but.
I understand, but I'll just repeat that one reason I rejected it, and this was an important reason, is even if you, regardless of whether Yellowbird's peak period begins at 1:30 or 2:30, it's going to include the hours between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time when solar is coming on. And those are not the hours of the day when demand is going to be the highest, especially on a going forward basis as more solar comes on.
Yeah, I agree. I understand that part. I mean, solar is still coming on in the 3 to 7 hour range, but just not so much.
I can tell you that.
Does it start to decline at 3 or thereabouts?
At the solar contribution is highest from the hour beginning at 1 o'clock to the hour ending at 3, and drops off significantly beginning at 6 o'clock p.m.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, thank you.
A couple other questions on this one, Carolyn. Was there anything in the record explaining why they wanted to shift it earlier, even though it didn't match really the system-wide needs? Was that just the fear that folks who were coming home to dinner didn't want to have to feel like they'd have to curtail their energy use during the dinner hour?
I recall one reason that Mr. Bacchus argued was that the later peak periods mentioned, for example, in the Brattle report, are include other states where more solar has already come online. And he said that in New Mexico, we aren't really to that point yet. And so we should be basing a peak period on the conditions now, not on the expected increasing additions of solar in the future. And let's see if there are any more. That's the one I recall.
Well, so that sounds like he's saying that 3 to 7 is a larger regional picture, but it's not a New Mexico picture. I mean, was the claim that the figures you had in front of you were incorrect for New Mexico? And what confuses that a little more, it seems to me, is based on whatever excess power is being purchased and sold. Obviously, the bigger region has some solar there. I don't know how you account for that, but if you can clarify on that point, that'd be great.
Sure. Mr. Bacchus did not challenge the hours that were shown to be the highest hours of EPE system demand, or the hours of the least margin between demand and available resources. If you are going to base your peak period on the hours of EPE's greatest peak, rather than based on the lowest margin between demand and available generation, then you would go with the hours of (2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, as opposed to my recommendation of 3 to 7.
I think you've got it right. I mean, we need to handle the system needs first, and then anyone who happens to want to be in the market selling energy efficiency solutions, it's their job to market it to, hit the hours that best serve the system's needs. It's not our job to make it easier for them to market by shifting our requirements. So I agree with the tack you've taken.
Any more questions on time of day rate design?
As I was looking at your tables, and it's been about a week and a half since I did, but I was surprised at at how small the overall bill savings are. So anyway, review a few of those numbers with us, and then I'll ask a couple questions from there.
Okay. I have to get out my magnifying glass to look at these tables.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so my recommendation is that the bill be the same for a time of day customer and a non-time of day customer at the kilowatt hour usage that is 50% higher than average. So for the residential class, that kilowatt hour usage, which is 50% higher than the average, is 989 kilowatt hours per month. Okay, so if the time of day customer and the non-time of day customer both use that amount, they'll have the same bill. Okay, if and that assumes approximately 18% energy use on peak in the summer.
Okay. So what you're saying there is for the full 24 hours, you're assuming 18% of the peak, 18% of the total electric usage is during those 4 peak hours. Is that what you're
During
saying?
my recommended 4 peak hours, yes.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so if that time of day customer using 989 kilowatt hours per month were to shift 16% of that energy use, 16% of that on-peak energy use off-peak, that customer would save $1.60 on his or her bill for that month.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to that 18% number.
Yes.
So 24 hours in a day. And if I was to average.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Are we on a table that we should be looking at?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is attachment E to my recommended decision.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So going back to that 18%, if I had 24 hours in a day, which would say that an average usage during the day in an average hour would be about a little over 4%. It seems like 18% of the usage seems like an awfully low estimate for peak, because that sounds more like the average usage for the day. And so I wanted to check back on that number.
Okay, it says, it refers to this, that attachment E refers to the 18.16% as the OPR. And then there's a footnote that says OPR equals the on-peak ratio or the percentage of kilowatts used during the summer on-peak hours.
Boy, that I have to really, that just does not sound right. Based on, if I look at a demand curve for use during peak, I would expect that it would be significantly higher than 18%. I don't know how it affects your calculations, but just simply take 100%, divide by 24 hours, and that's basically just saying, hey, it's 4.1% per hour any time of day, and that even at the average use hours, you would be coming up with 16 or 17%. So that implies a very, very flat peak.
All I can tell you is that this exhibit was prepared for me by the technical committee who prepared the rates, my proposed rates based on my recommendations.
Okay.
And I asked them to prepare this table as well.
Okay.
So I did not prepare it. I did not question it.
Okay. So I guess my request would be there. I think we need to go and take a look at that, because frankly, the number 18% doesn't make sense. And maybe we can, if it's possible, maybe we can have the technical committee revisit that and see what we're doing. Because, you know, our peak hours are using a heck of a lot more energy than our nighttime hours. And this doesn't seem to conform to that.
Okay, I have to clarify something. So this table, I don't know if you have it in front of you.
I'm too
Okay.
blind to see it.
Okay. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows representing 989 kilowatt hours of use per month. And actually, for each of those rows, it has a different amount of on-peak kilowatt hour use.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I cannot represent to you that the 18.16% is typical.
Carolyn, excuse me for interrupting. The 18.16% seems to be in the, I don't know why there are 7 rows, but the row in the middle has the OPR in summer percentage of 18.16. And if you look in the next column, the entry is 0. So summer bill difference is 0. But do you know what these other rows represent?
Yes, so that the 0 represents a customer would be using 0 kilowatt hours during the peak hours. The 99 represents the customer using 99 kilowatt hours during the peak hours, and so forth. So they have a range from 0 to 495 or 0% to 50%.
No, this doesn't, I don't see a 99. I think this is a bill difference, a bill figure. I don't see a percentage. The 0.00 is the summer bill difference between the time of day user and the standard user. There'd be no difference in their bill. They all have 989 kilowatts. So you're talking about a percentage or something. I don't see a column. Oh, the column percentage. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they don't show 99, but they show various percentages. Okay.
So what I can, so Commissioner Fishman, what I can tell you is when I gave instructions to the technical committee to make the bill the same for a time of day and non-time of day customer whose usage is 50% above average. I hadn't thought about this, but the technical committee, I'm assuming, had to make an assumption in doing that about how much electricity use is used during the peak hours. And the technical committee chose to use a level at which 18.16% is used during the peak hours.
Mhm.
I did not delve that deeply, so I don't know why that was chosen. But that is the that's the break even point.
Okay. Is that something that we can revisit? Because I would say just common sense tells me that it's probably going to be more like 25 to 30% based on overall system peak usage. And I don't know how that affects these calculations. So I
Well, we
think
do have,
revisiting perhaps.
well, we do have the numbers at different,
Okay.
at higher levels.
Okay.
So let's say the on-peak usage is 30% for that customer. Then the bill savings for that customer
Carolyn, where are you finding that 30% use?
Okay.
I see. I don't see that.
It's on page 1 of attachment E. And if you go to rows 43 through 49, they all have monthly kilowatt hour use of 989. So
Yes,
if you,
I'm there.
okay. So if you go over to the third column that doesn't have a title, but says kind of a subtitle, OPR in summer.
Yeah.
One of the rows says 30%.
Okay. I see it. Yeah.
So that means that particular customer using 989 kilowatt hours per month uses 30% kilowatt hours on peak under my recommended peak period. Okay, so the savings for that customer, if that customer moved, well, unfortunately, the percentages don't exactly match up on the second page. If a customer that
Carolyn shows a bill savings in the last column of 8.8%. And I guess there's a dollar figure in the second of the last column, annual bill difference between the time of day user and the standard user of $6.47. That corresponds with that 30% you're talking about. You person who uses 30%.
That's correct. Now, this page 1 assumes no change, no shift in electricity use by a time of day customer. So what page 2 shows is if a time of day customer shifts a certain amount of electricity use off peak, what their savings is going to be. So page 2 doesn't have a customer using 989 kilowatt hours with 30% on peak. It does have a 989 kilowatt hour use customer using 25% off on peak. And that customer would see a bill savings of $3.81. And that,
why doesn't it have the calculations that we could compare exactly to table 1? We should be able to have a 30% customer on both tables. Otherwise, we're left to guess a little bit about how effective the time of use plan is, the time of day plan is. Can we have them do that when they're going to go through their numbers? Can they generate numbers that at least you know, let us provide the same hypotheticals from table to table?
Commissioner Hall, you would be asking for evidence after the record has
Yes.
closed.
All right.
So
Never mind. I forgot.
you would have to get agreement from all the parties that exhibit could be admitted into evidence.
Yeah, right. Right. I'm
Okay.
not asking.
Yeah, Commissioner Hall, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
my stomach's grumbling and I've gotten a couple messages from other people who
Oh,
are having the same problem. So I'd suggest that
of course.
we, let me see, what time is it? It's 1:30. We take a 45-minute lunch break and come back at 2:15. Okay, so let's do that. Carolyn, thank you again.
You're welcome.
We'll see you
Thank you.
after the break. Your explanations are, this last point's kind of fuzzy, but it's pretty complicated, as you say. But thank you for your clear explanations. We really appreciate it.
Sure, and I just want to add again, this is going to be trial and error.
Yeah.
There's nothing, I couldn't come up with anything that's going to be perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So,
we understand.
I appreciate all your explanations, Carolyn.
thank you.
Okay. Getting hoarse, Carolyn?
A little bit because of this, also because of the smoke from the fires.
Yeah. I find myself clearing my throat more.
Yes.
Smoke's been in the air.
I wasn't aware that there was any smoke. Is there a fire nearby?
I think the majority of the smoke's coming from 2 fires in Arizona.
Oh, okay, okay. Jeez.
But there is one nearby. I can't remember where though.
There's one in the Jemez, there's one in the Pecos.
Okay, looks like we're getting there. Okay, I think we're at 2:15, and I'll just quick check. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you on board?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Terrific. And I thought I saw Commissioner Byrd.
He's on mute.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get started again. And Cynthia, had you pretty much completed your questions?
Oh, yeah. Yes, all done.
Okay. So I had a couple more, Carolyn, kind of on the topic we've been on the amount of savings that time of use brings. So for that 986 kilowatt hour user, there's a range of savings that's on that. And what's that range that's shown based on the percentage peak usage?
So there is a range of this is the amount of kilowatt hours shifted off peak.
Right.
It ranges from 0 to 315.
Okay, per month?
Yes.
Okay. And then is there, that's an average user?
No, that,
50%
no.
above?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So that led me to another question, and I'd raised it briefly during one of the hearings with the pricing guy from EPE, their pricing specialist, and just asked the question, part of what's included in the proposed rates is this lower charge per kilowatt hour to small commercial and residential customers during the winter season. And I guess the base rate is what, a couple cents lower per kilowatt hour during the winter season, fall, winter.
Are you asking for small general service?
Well, let's stick with residential. Just use that.
Okay. So for residential, there's 2 charges for the two inclining blocks.
Mm-hmm. But I'm asking about the seasonal adjustment in price. So there's
oh, okay.
fall, winter,
right.
Spring, summer.
Yes, I see what you're saying. Okay, the summer, the non-summer residential energy charge, my proposal is 0.05817 per kilowatt hour. Oh, actually, yeah, that's what it is. Oh, and you want to know what it is compared to the summer?
Correct.
The summer first block or the summer second block?
um, searching in my mind for what you mean by the 2 blocks.
Okay, so the first, EPE has an energy charge that applies to the first 600 kilowatt hours you use, and a
Okay, now I
second.
get it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So again, for the non-summer, it's 0.05817. And that compares to, for the first block summer charge, 0.07034.
Okay, so it's significantly higher in the summer. And
Yes.
so, you know, the question that came up, well, 2 things came up, and I can remember, can't even remember who Jason Marks was representing. In this case, is it Sierra Club?
Yellowbird Services.
Yellowbird, okay. You know, he pointed out that you cannot, with the lower rate that you get non-summer, it's not like there's anything you can do to shift your usage. It's just a rate. And I had raised the question with EPE's pricing guy. I'd asked the question whether it was possible, instead of lowering the rate for winter or for non-summer as much as they did, to instead leave it closer to summer rates, but then use some of that money to provide more funds for a TOU program so that it could provide a stronger incentive for conservation.
Yes.
Was there any follow-up on that by any witnesses on following, or by any of the parties to follow that line of reasoning in any of the subsequent stuff?
I think the only questioning about that was by Jason Marks, who it was probably directed to EPE witness Carrasco. And I believe Mr. Carrasco did say that I think he did agree that a customer really can't change or shift usage between summer and non-summer.
Right. And the other thing about that to me is, well, they can't really shift. I think that makes the point well enough. So what I wanted to point out to the other commissioners is that I'd put a couple of ideas out for amendments to your RD for the proposed order. And one of them that I suggested was, we don't have much evidence on record to start shifting that rate now. But that it's clear that El Paso Electric, based on their original proposal, that essentially they'd break even on TOU customers, which basically says, become a TOU customer at your own risk, because some of you are going to win and some of you are going to lose. Mm-hmm. It doesn't feel like they're particularly enthusiastic about an aggressive TOU program. And I do think we need to do more to potentially fund a better incentives for folks than this much improved TOU program from what EPE currently has can accomplish. And that the amendment that I suggested to your RD is that for the next rate case, asking EPE to basically study some options for maybe eliminating that seasonal differential and using those funds to fund TOU or perhaps some other kinds of demand response mechanisms, if you will, in the future, and that they should present that in their next rate case. So I just want to point out that much improved TOU, but I think for it to really grab hold, it'd be nice to have stronger incentives, and this might be one way to fund them.
Commissioner Fishman, I actually agree with you, and I did direct, this is on page 260 of my recommended decision. I directed EPE's rate design witness on the technical committee to increase the time of day non-summer energy charges for the time of day options. And the problem was that that conflicted with another of my recommendations, which is that the bill be the same for a time of use and non-time of use customer whose usage is 50% above the average.
Right.
And the result of it, I thought, was just as bad as the result of EPE's original proposal. I did say that this continues to page 262. I did discuss seasonal charges, not just in the context of time of day, all seasonal charges, and I kind of questioned the rationale behind them, which, as far as I can tell, has never really been addressed thoroughly in any of the IOU rate cases. And I concluded by saying the commission encourages an in-depth analysis in future base rate cases of the usefulness and appropriateness of maintaining a price differential between summer and non-summer energy demand charges for both the standard and time of day options.
Okay. So I guess all that I'm really saying is let's put it in a decretal order. A little bit stronger, but basically the same idea. We're headed the same direction. And it seems to me that seasonal charge also hurts in the sense that when you make it that lower winter charge, it puts more pressure to raise the charges during summer when bills are already higher. So if you have any desire to kind of levelize costs, it actually works against that as well. So I have a really hard time. I understand that it probably meets cost accounting. If you do strict cost accounting, okay, probably it's correct, but does it really serve customer needs? And I don't think it does, but we should be delving into it for the next rate case. So anyway, that's just to alert commissioners and everyone that when I suggested this amendment to the RD and add this into the decretal orders, that's where it comes from.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'd like to ask Carolyn a follow-up question, if I could, on that point. So Carolyn, was there any testimony in the case to the effect that having a lower winter seasonal rate and a higher summer seasonal rate is something to be avoided?
Could you repeat that? A lower
winter rate and a higher summer rate is something to be avoided.
No, in fact, EPE proposed that. And nobody objected to it, at least with respect to the standard non-time of day rates.
Okay. All right.
And that's why I didn't make any recommendation to eliminate seasonal differentials, because there wasn't any evidence to do that.
Right. Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it feels like it's something that's in the rates just as a matter of habit
Yeah.
without a lot of thought behind it.
Well, I think it's probably based on cost causation because
Yeah.
costs are higher in the summer, but you don't have to follow cost causation strictly.
Exactly.
Right. And especially in a circumstance where you can otherwise be maybe generating perverse incentives to overuse when you shouldn't be doing that. So, okay, thank you.
Well, you'll be,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's okay.
Oh, I was just going to ask if there were any more commissioner questions or comments on this particular issue.
Okay, you'll probably be glad to know there's only 2 more issues for me to discuss. The next one starts on page 22 of my recommended decision, and this was also a big issue in this case. And this deals with the Palo Verde Generating Station Unit 3 proxy price. At the Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station, which I'll refer to as Palo Verde, is a nuclear generating station that consists of 3 separate, virtually identical generating units, units 1, 2, and 3, and a variety of common support facilities. Palo Verde is owned by 7 Southwestern utilities, including EPE, whose ownership share is 15.8%. Before Palo Verde Unit 3 was completed, it became apparent that some of the participating utilities, including EPE and PNM, had committed themselves to more generation capacity than needed, and that the cost of Palo Verde was much higher than originally anticipated. The commission opened case number 2009 to examine the rate impact of Palo Verde and appropriate rate moderation methods to alleviate that impact. The commission's final order in case 2009 excluded Palo Verde Unit 3 from EPE's New Mexico rate base because capacity from that unit was not needed at that time to serve New Mexico customers. After EPE emerged from bankruptcy in the late 1990s, the commission, in a final order issued in case 2722 in 1998, approved a stipulation that replaced the stipulation approved in case 2009. This new stipulation provided in part that Palo Verde Unit 3 would be excluded from EPE's New Mexico cost of service and rate base, and that Palo Verde Unit 3, quote, shall be decertified and EPE's investment in Palo Verde Unit 3 shall be abandoned, end quote. The stipulation also said EPE, in its discretion, may use Palo Verde Unit 3 to provide capacity or energy needed to serve EPE's New Mexico customers, including reserve margins as provided in paragraph 7. And this is the important part, and to the extent Palo Verde Unit 3 is so used, such firm capacity and energy shall be valued at the market price for the lowest equivalent firm capacity and related energy available to EPE. In such event, EPE shall be allowed to recover the equivalent market price for firm capacity and related energy and base rates as purchased power expense. Since 1998, the commission has approved short-term market pricing proxies to compensate EPE for voluntarily using Palo Verde 3 capacity and energy to serve its New Mexico customers. Palo Verde Unit 3 supplies about 39 megawatts of capacity and energy to EPE's New Mexico customers. The current proxy price used to compensate EPE for using Palo Verde Unit 3 to serve New Mexico customers was approved in 2009 in case number 09-00171-UT, and is based on the cost of a natural gas-fired combined cycle generator, and therefore depends on the market price for natural gas based on a then existing purchase power contract for wholesale purchases by EPE. That contract terminated in 2010. However, the contract still provides the basis for the proxy price for which EPE is compensated for using Palo Verde Unit 3 power to serve New Mexico ratepayers. This current proxy price has resulted in average costs of firm power to EPE's New Mexico customers ranging from $36.26 per megawatt hour in 2015 to $24.83 per megawatt hour in 2019. In EPE's 2018 fuel clause continuation case, the Commission ordered EPE in this case to address the issue of proxy pricing for Palo Verde Unit 3. In this case, EPE proposes to use a proxy price that reflects the average cost of Palo Verde Units 1 and 2, which both are in EPE's rate base. EPE's proposed proxy price is $48.50 per megawatt hour. EPE says that if the Commission rejects its proposed proxy price, it will cease its voluntary use of Palo Verde Unit 3 to serve New Mexico customers, in which case EPE seeks to increase its requested base revenue increase by about 1.7 million to reflect allocating more of EPE's generation to its New Mexico jurisdiction to replace the power from Palo Verde Unit 3. The city, the county, the Attorney General, and staff oppose EPE's proposal to use a proxy price that reflects the average cost of Palo Verde Units 1 and 2. They all state that EPE essentially seeks cost recovery as if Palo Verde Unit 3 were in rate base. The city staff and Ms. Sewells recommend compensating EPE for use of Palo Verde Unit 3 power at the day ahead firm energy prices for delivery at the Palo Verde hub compiled on the Intercontinental Exchange, or ICE, ICE. Not only is the ICE Palo Verde price index available to EPE, but EPE sold Palo Verde energy between 2016 and 2019 and billed the counterparty for the energy based on the ICE Palo Verde price index. In 2019, the average market price for day-ahead power for all power at Palo Verde, for all hours at Palo Verde, was $31.15 per megawatt hour. The Attorney General and the county, on the other hand, argue that EPE has not provided sufficient information to allow the Commission to quantify the impact of any of replacing energy and capacity from Palo Verde Unit 3. They recommend that the Commission require EPE to develop a comprehensive replacement portfolio based on the lowest reasonable cost alternatives. If the replacement portfolio includes resources for which the cost is typically recovered through EPE's fuel clause, then EPE could seek approval to recover the costs through its fuel clause in its next fuel clause continuation case. If the replacement portfolio includes resources for which the cost is typically recovered through EPE's base rates, then EPE could seek approval to recover the costs through its base rates in its next base rate case. If the commission finds that it should adopt a new proxy price, the Attorney General recommends adopting a price that is no higher than the average cost for all other generation resources serving New Mexico customers. I recommend that EPE's proposal to use a proxy price that reflects the average cost of Palo Verde Units 1 and 2 be rejected. This proposal would compensate EPE for Palo Verde Unit 3 power as if Palo Verde Unit 3 were in rate base, which is completely at odds with the Commission's exclusion of Palo Verde Unit 3 from rate base. EPE's complaint that the existing approved proxy price has not provided for full Palo Verde Unit 3 cost recovery is not legitimate because the Commission did not guarantee EPE full cost recovery for Palo Verde Unit 3 if EPE voluntarily uses it to provide energy and capacity to its New Mexico customers. Rather, the Commission said that Palo Verde Unit 3 energy and capacity would be valued at, quote, the market price for the lowest equivalent firm capacity and related energy available to EPE, end quote. The Commission exclusion of Palo Verde Unit 3 from rate base indicates that it was not the intent of the Commission to guarantee EPE full cost recovery for the use of Palo Verde Unit 3. If EPE wants full cost recovery for Palo Verde Unit 3, it should seek a CCN to add it back into rate base. I take EPE at its word that if its proposed proxy price is rejected, it will cease using Palo Verde Unit 3 to serve New Mexico customers. That leads to the question of whether to approve EPE's request to increase its requested base revenue increase by about 1.7 million for the cost of replacing the Palo Verde Unit 3 power. My conclusion is that the answer is no. The primary reason for rejecting EPE's proposal is that its own witness said that if EPE ceases using Palo Verde Unit 3 to serve New Mexico customers, EPE will rely on market purchases for any shortfall. He said that if Palo Verde Unit 3 is no longer used to serve New Mexico customers, EPE's market purchases, quote, would obviously increase, end quote, by about 39 megawatts. Taking this witness at his word, EPE will rely on market purchases to make up any shortfall from not using Palo Verde Unit 3 to serve New Mexico customers, and EPE would recover the cost of any such market purchases through its fuel clause, as it currently recovers the cost of its market purchases. Approving EPE's request to increase base rates by about 1.7 million would authorize EPE to recover an additional 1.7 million annually through base rates for the cost of replacement power that, according to its own witness, it would recover through its fuel clause. I found that the Attorney General is correct that if EPE elects to stop using energy and capacity from Palo Verde Unit 3 to serve New Mexico customers, it must consider alternatives and demonstrate that the proposed replacement resource is the most cost-effective choice. Because I am recommending rejection of EPE's proposed proxy price, and EPE has said it will cease using Palo Verde Unit 3 to serve New Mexico customers if its proposed proxy price is rejected, I found it is unnecessary to set a new proxy price. This effectively leaves EPE with only one short-term option for replacing Palo Verde Unit 3 power: market purchases, the cost of which EPE can recover through its fuel clause, subject to a cost review for reasonableness and prudence. However, as I discussed another part of my recommended decision, it is not desirable to rely too heavily on market purchases to meet load. The obvious solution to this dilemma is for EPE to file an application to propose adding one or more resources to its energy portfolio consistent with the Commission's order in the Newman Unit 6 case, in which the Commission ordered EPE to provide in its next application for approval of any resource acquisition a comprehensive plan showing how EPE will comply with the renewable energy and zero carbon requirements of New Mexico law. I was tempted to recommend that the Commission order EPE to file an application proposing to add one or more resources to its energy portfolio within 6 months of issuance of a final order in this case. However, it is unclear whether the Commission has authority to issue such an order. Acting conservatively, I do not make such a recommendation. However, EPE should know from its own witnesses' testimony that it should file an application soon, and that not doing so could result in finding EPE imprudent depending on the facts. Are there any questions regarding that issue?
Commissioner Maestas?
Not right now. I mean, I have some issues with Palo Verde, but it has to do more with the exclusion of any carbon-free sources of energy that existed prior to the signing of the ETA, which basically allows utilities to perhaps not comply with the 80% RPS. So it's a tangential issue. I'm trying to see what the nexus is here and whether or not the use of Palo Verde Unit 3 could be critical if El Paso starts shedding some of its natural gas sources. So you can see it's a bigger issue. So, but thank you, Mr. Chair. My little mind is just turning here, but I'm trying to see if there is a nexus with this case. But I'll have to wait and maybe chat with OGC on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, your picture came up, and I thought it was because you had a question, and you probably didn't.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Oh, well, I'd just like to say I share their concern, and maybe we can have a conversation about that subject sometime. Maybe not in this case, but I think it's something we should be looking forward to and talking about.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just to make a quick comment, and a nexus here that you might see is that, what Carolyn was saying was, the company might file a CCN for other resources. The company, and Carolyn, you can correct me if you disagree, might file a CCN to include this unit 3, because of changed circumstances, legal circumstances, and it may not have been considered necessary. It was not considered necessary as to serve load at the time that they applied in the past. But I don't know of anything in the law that would prevent them from filing under changed circumstances, including the law.
Hey, Russell, since you're on this, I was looking at the LNR tables, and I didn't see a table that separated New Mexico out on their LNR. And so I was trying to figure out where they're at currently in terms of the percentage nuclear as a total of their entire portfolio.
Commissioner Maestas, that's an excellent question. I don't have that answer. I'm going to make a note to get that for you.
Only because that's critical, I think, at least to my long-term outlook and what we discovered in the 80% RPS with regard to carbon-free sources that existed prior to the signing of the ETA.
Commissioner Maestas, I think I can answer your question that I believe EPE said that it does not prepare LNR tables on a jurisdictional basis because it considers its system as a whole.
What's LNR?
Load and resources table.
Oh, yes, LNR, okay.
Well, how did the commission make a determination on Newman Unit 6, I think? How was that? We're getting off track, but I think you guys follow me. I see the chairman's head nodding, and I think Commissioner Hall, you know where I'm getting on this. But,
yeah.
But I think it's obvious that EPE, wants some final resolution beyond just a proxy price. And I think we ought to look at the big perspective over RPS compliance versus that provision that allows them to retain any carbon-free sources prior to the signing of the ETA, if that is in fact a correct reading of the ETA.
And Commissioner Maestas, I want to add that a couple EPE witnesses were asked at the hearing whether EPE planned to file an application for CCN to put Palo Verde 3 back in rate base. And there was no definitive answer. I got the sense that there was some internal disagreement among folks at EPE about doing that.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I guess I have one more question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So, right now, the controlling feature for the price of electricity from Palo Verde 3 is a stipulated agreement. Is that still in force, Carolyn?
It is what is being used to compensate EPE.
Okay. And it was just intended to continue, I guess, until the commission took further action to declare it at an end.
Well, I think that might be a question for Russell because I think that's the subject of the city's exceptions.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So following up on Commissioner Hall's question, this proxy price, we're not clear that it's done, or we are?
No, it's
just totally done now, and then any use of that power would have to be renegotiated?
Commissioner Fishman, my recommendation, again, I'm taking EPE at its word, that if we reject its proposed proxy price, it's no longer going to use Palo Verde Unit 3 to serve New Mexico customers. So I found it was unnecessary to set a new proxy price.
Okay. So if we're moving that 39 megawatts out of supply, I'm not quite sure what it means for them to say we're not going to use it. We're asking for them to sell it to us at the market price, or at least that was one proposal.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear everything you said, Steve. If you could lower your camera, I could see your whole face, and that helps.
Oh, okay. I can't see my image there. I'm sorry.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, that helps. What was
Doesn't help everybody.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I offended you, Commissioner Byrd.
No, always avert your eyes.
But my version of this is half a Fishman's better than none at all. Anyway.
Okay.
You know, we have conflicts. What can I say? It seems to me that if we're buying at market price, who cares whether Palo Verde's providing that power or not? And I guess where you're coming from is, gee, they're going to have to sell that Palo Verde power somewhere. If it goes to the general market, it could come back to us through that mechanism anyway. So it's kind of a wash. Is that the thinking?
Well, where I'm coming from is it's a carbon-free source, and it might be a source that we need in the event renewables at 80% create instability in the grid.
Well, I was asking Carolyn in this case what her thought process was there. But thank you. I wanted to know your point of view too.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Fishman, could you repeat your question?
I'm sorry, it's kind of clumsy the way I phrased it. It feels like a wash about whether we, if the conclusion was to buy Palo Verde power at market price, for us to go out in the open market anyway, it's kind of no impact to our consumers. Is that a part of the thought process that you were going through there, or am I missing something?
I think this is what you're saying, that if the commission approved the recommendation by some of the parties to use this ICE Palo Verde proxy price,
correct,
that would essentially be the same as the price for market purchases.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. I don't like the idea of relying on market purchases, or I said this later in my recommended decision, of approving the ICE proxy price because of what happened in February of this year. It could skyrocket, which is why I would have liked to recommend that EPE come in and file an application for a new resource within a certain amount of time. But based on the case law, I don't know if we have the authority to do that.
Right.
But the market purchases still have to be evaluated for prudence.
Right.
So I think we would still have the opportunity to look at the price paid.
Okay. And it would seem to me to be a wash for EPE as well, because lacking a CCN from some jurisdiction, they're going to have to sell that power at market price anyway. Is that a correct way of looking at it, Carolyn?
Yes, unless you approve their proposed proxy price, which is,
right.
Yeah.
Right. So, I guess I'm not quite sure what it means to say we're not going to use Palo Verde for you anymore. That doesn't feel like a big threat to me. Because I don't know what it means, and they're going to have to sell that stuff at market to someone anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So your recommendation doesn't frighten me at all. And I'm just trying to figure out one other thing is if there was any kind of shortage, and if it made any difference whether that Palo Verde power went to the open market or to us at the open market price. If there was a shortage of power and we were worried and there was a concern that we wouldn't be able to get that power, what would be legally EPE's obligations to use that resource to serve New Mexico needs? Could they just based on what we said, ignore that, or do they still have some level of obligation?
Commissioner Fishman, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, Carolyn, doesn't it make sense that they have a duty to serve, to provide, reliable sources, a reliable energy, and so they have that duty. I mean, they are using this nuclear energy voluntarily, but in order to discharge their duty, if they were short on resources otherwise, it seems to me they'd have to press that into service, whatever resources they had available.
Commissioner Hall, the reason I'm hesitant to say yes to that is that Palo Verde Unit 3 is not in rate base. It's not in our jurisdictions. So I don't know whether we have the authority to require EPE to use that use it specifically if there's a shortage.
Right, but if there's a shortage, they'd have to do something to provide what they have a duty to provide. And so, yeah, it might not be Palo Verde. And does that answer your question, Steve?
Well,
I have a duty to provide it.
so what it leads me to kind of follow up on is, Carolyn's recommendation that we, um, you know, get some kind of proposal for replacement resources. And I raised it because it makes me wonder whether we really need those replacement resources.
It makes you wonder what?
Makes me wonder if we need to get replacement resources if they were required to serve, which is an issue that wasn't examined in this docket. So, again, lacking the answer, I'm just I'm raising it because I think it should be part of our thought process going forward. And that's a question you won't be able to resolve it without a docket, but maybe we should somehow at the commission generate enough information to have a strong feel for how that plays out.
Well, to the extent they hold a monopoly franchise, they have a duty to serve. And heretofore, we haven't chosen their sources for them, except as the legislature has through, policy statutes. They've come in and sought approval, but I think she was just saying, I think Carolyn did the best she could by saying,
oh yeah,
they ought to know they probably could get in a resource short position.
That's not a criticism. It's just to say we may want to delve further into that issue as we look forward to this replacement resource potential problem.
Yeah.
And,
Mr. Chair.
And let me finish this thought, and and then you can go, Joe. And it does seem to me that it's very likely that we can get replacement resources at a lower price than 4.8 cents or 4.9 cents, whatever it is. So.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. At least unless we're in a situation of scarcity, like a cold weather event.
Yeah, well, I wanted to point out one other thing is that there was this argument that we need those resources for nighttime, which I have to say at nighttime, you can buy power awfully cheap off the market. It's available. It's not like there's shortages. So again, losing Palo Verde for nighttime, it doesn't scare me. It's going to be plenty of very cheap resources for nighttime. And I wouldn't want us to get hung up on what I think is a specious argument there. So,
Commissioner Fishman, I just wanted to say in response to your comment about whether that 39 megawatts is needed, the city did argue it is not needed for two reasons. They said that EPE's 15% reserve margin is too high. And second, they said that EPE is assigning too low a percentage contribution to peak from solar and wind. And I did recommend, and one of my ordering paragraphs in my recommended decision is because I've seen this issue has come up in a couple EPE cases, that within 30 days of issuance of a final order in this case, the commission shall open a docket to determine the appropriate percentage contribution to peak of solar and wind resources that should be used by all of the IOUs for planning purposes and in their L&R tables.
Good.
I didn't make a recommendation about the reserve margin because that's a tough one. I guess I'm a little reluctant to second guess the utilities on that. Anyway.
Well, we're in flux on that with the conversion to renewable resources, and there's lots of arguments on all sides. And I agree with you. We should be pretty cautious there.
Mr. Chair, may I now?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So Carolyn, I mean, I just feel like maybe it's not enough just to simply reject their proposed proxy price. And I'm wondering if we can perhaps require an alternate proxy price. You mentioned that the ICE index was the lowest, but is that really the firm capacity and energy valued at market price for the lowest equivalent firm capacity and related energy available to EPE? Because that, I think, is kind of the generic proxy requirement before EPE decided to tie it to this gas contract, this Credit Suisse contract that expired in 2010. So can't we just come up with a more generic proxy price consistent with that paragraph per the stipulation on page 22?
Commissioner
Energy. Go ahead.
Commissioner Maestas, there has to be some evidence for you to base that on. And I think if you want to rule and determine a new proxy price, I think the only evidence you have in the record to choose from is EPE's proposed proxy price of what, 48 something, I think, as if it were in rate base, and then $48.50, or to use the Palo Verde ICE price index. Those are the only two options that are in evidence.
What was the price index on that, Carolyn, relative to the proposed proxy?
Just a moment. In 2019, the average market price for day-ahead power for all hours at Palo Verde was $31.15 per megawatt hour.
So.
And so which were the parties that, I can't recall, I thought it was City of El Paso and maybe one other party that advocated for the Palo Verde ICE price index?
That's correct. It was the City of Santa Fe, City of Las Cruces and the Doña Ana County, no, not Doña Ana County, City of Las Cruces staff and Mary Lee Souls.
Okay, I just, let me ask one more question. What price has been in place since that stipulated agreement that was tied to that gas contract that expired in 2010? Was it the last rate when the contract expired in 2010, or what had been the prevailing proxy price between the time that that contract expired in 2010 and now?
Commissioner Maestas, it fluctuated because it's based on the cost of natural gas. And let's see, it has resulted in average costs to New Mexico customers ranging from $36.26 per megawatt hour in 2015 to $24.83 per megawatt hour in 2019.
What was the 2019 price? Sorry.
$24.83 per megawatt hour. I mean, I guess the third option is to continue that. Yeah.
I mean, if that was the default price, why can't that be considered in the absence of any additional evidence or testimony?
I think you're correct.
Okay. I just, right now, myself, my personal position is that I just don't think it's enough to simply deny their proposed proxy. I think we have other options that are at least worthy of further discussion among the commission.
I agree.
And I think you'd have to consult with Russell about whether, if you do reject EPE's proposed proxy price, you can make them use that power to serve New Mexico customers, because it is not in rate base. It's not jurisdictional.
And I mean, I'll just jump in right here if I can, Carolyn, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. This is the thing. I think this is a very odd situation, and I think it arose because it's a stipulation. The model under the law is that a resource is approved for a CCN, based on the fact that it's needed as a resource that's in the public interest under the Public Utility Act. That never happened here. In fact, it was determined that this was not needed at the time. I do think, as you said, Commissioner Maestas, there is possibly a need has arisen since then because due to the change in the law. That is a possibility, and that is that would be for EPE to look into if they want to, or if they want to look into other resources. So it's odd to me that it's odd. It's an odd situation that we have basically an unapproved resource where we said, you may use it. I'm not even sure if how the stipulation defines what situations. You may use it if needed, and which is odd. That's odd to me, and I don't like the fact that I don't think it's. I recommend adopting the RD just because I don't think we should go forward with this odd stipulation. I mean, it's wrong in two ways. It's sort of at odds with the Public Utility Act. And the one way I described, it's not an approved resource for New Mexico, and two, because of that, like the compromise price. Based on the lowest alternative is not a price that covers the cost. So it's not in both ways. It doesn't match up with the model of how we regulate utilities, which is we approve any resource that's going to be used. Well, we're not approved here. And if it is an approved resource, you would get cost recovery for using it if it's still a used and useful resource. Well, they're not getting cost recovery either. So on both sides, it doesn't fit the model of utility regulation.
So Russell, and Carolyn, wouldn't another option be to negotiate a PPA for that capacity?
Well, my understanding, Carolyn, is this is a resource that they still own. So,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if I understand what you're getting at. Maybe I just misunderstood.
Well, let me try this again. We can. They could. It's not if they withdraw it from. In fact, they don't have to withdraw it. It's not a jurisdictional asset. If it's an asset that's excess capacity that's not in our jurisdiction. Couldn't they, even as our utility, sell it to us at a contract price without us sell us power from there at a contract price, which they've essentially been doing already? But now it's a fixed price that's determined in a proposed purchase power agreement.
Mr. Chairman, I guess when I think of a purchase power agreement, I think of an agreement between the utility and a third party that's providing power to the utility for the utility. So here it'd almost be like the utility providing power to itself. Is that am I getting it wrong?
No, you're not. But the difference is that it's been withdrawn from use by one jurisdiction, New Mexico, and we negotiate a PPA for it to be used for New Mexico at an agreed upon price, and which would in my mind be lower than the CCN, part of rate-based cost, and quite frankly, with the vagaries of potential costs of closing nuclear facilities, I don't think we want it to be a CCN. We don't want to take on that liability.
Well, Mr. Chair.
First let's see if Russell can answer this question, then we'll get to you.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm still not seeing it as a PPA because I don't see it as the utility. I can only think of it as the utility buying from a third party. I don't know that the jurisdictional issue changes anything because it's still the entity would be. This is a utility-owned resource, and I don't know how it could be considered to have a contract with itself, a PPA
Okay,
with
well,
itself
do
to
you
provide
see
it.
any alternative, something that would kind of mirror the way a PPA works? If it's
That may
not-
be possible. I need to think about that.
Okay, so I just want to get that out there again as an issue to think about.
Commissioner
Hall.
Fishman,
Yeah,
Commissioner
go ahead.
Fishman, I think this is just a matter of semantics. I mean, basically what's going on right now is a PPA. As Russell said, it's not with a third party, but there's an agreement in place from the stipulation that EPE will provide this power to its New Mexico ratepayers at a market-based price.
Mhm.
So the different,
Sorry.
that's okay.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask Carolyn a question. By proposing a much higher price for the energy from Palo Verde 3, is El Paso Electric actually seeking our approval to vary from the terms of the stipulated agreement? Because the stipulated agreement, I thought, set the price too, didn't it, Carolyn?
No, it sets a price that is based on, basically it's based of natural gas.
Right, it's based, so that sets it, that identifies what it is. But is that a stipulated agreement that we approved?
Yes.
So we would have to approve them varying from that term, right? And that's what they're asking for. And if we said no, wouldn't they be required to continue on as they have been?
Commissioner Hall, you're now getting into an area of exceptions raised by the city. So I think I should defer to Russell on that.
Oh, fine.
Commissioner Hall, I guess I'll just jump in right now. What I would say is, again, I think this is an odd situation created by stipulation, the kind of situation that I think in order for it to continue in any way, the commission would have to say, because the stipulation was supposed to expire at some point. I think there's been some questions about whether it should have expired earlier or not. I think.
Oh, well, that's an important fact, isn't it?
Yes, but I would say at this point, we can, for the purposes of this rate case where people are asking how to go forward, I recommend going with the recommendation that with the RD in the sense that, no, this will not go forward. It doesn't match. It just does not match up with, I don't think it matches up with the Public Utility Act, period. It seems a bit, I'm reluctant to say this, but it seems a bit odd to me that it was ever approved in the first place. But, you know, under stipulations, there are, you know, negotiations that are made that, you know, that benefit the public, the overall benefit to the public might have outweighed the oddities of this particular situation. But I would say having this odd situation over is the best idea.
Well, I don't know that I agree with you. I think the public might be being served right now under this stipulation just as it is. And we certainly haven't been able to come up with a better solution in our current discussion. And I agree with Carolyn. I don't think we have the authority to tell them to come in. We don't. I believe we don't. And I don't think it's atypical for the commission to approve stipulations either. That happens not infrequently. But what I think is critical that you just mentioned is whether or not there is a termination point to this stipulated agreement. And if so, when is it? Because that would have a lot of bearing on, you know, what the company does next, and also, therefore, what we would do next. So, you know, once we get to exceptions, I guess we could talk about this more, but I would just like to know what that date is at some point.
Well, the way I see it is that stipulation expired in 2010 with the expiration of the contract. I don't even know how you classify the proxy price between 2010 and to present.
One thing.
Wait a second. Did I hear you say, Commissioner Maestas, that it did expire in 2010?
Well, as I understand it, it was tied to that contract, that Credit Suisse contract. And so since the contract expired, we've been on this like default proxy that's obviously no longer tied to the contract, which I thought was tied to the stipulation.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd just like to warn you at this point. The reason I'm talking about let's just address this prospectively in the rate case is because the rate case only asks how to address this prospectively, whereas the question of what the status is now of that contract, obviously there's some relevance to how we go forward prospectively, but it's mostly relevant to an outstanding case on which Carolyn is the hearing examiner with regard to the fuel clause adjustment. I don't recall the docket number. That case is not on the agenda for discussion. And that's why I said I would prefer that we talk about it prospectively, because that's what the rate case is looking at, whether you can, how to treat going forward. Whereas the issue of what is in place, what was in place in February of this year is an issue in that docket. That's the February weather
I'll look
event.
that up. That's fine. No problem. I'll worry about it there. Thank you.
That's
for
case 2164.
that. Thanks.
Well, at least for me, I think there's a lot to consider here, but I think that commissioners are saying that if we say yes to this recommendation, which right now that's my inclination to say yes to your recommendation, Carolyn, is that we should be just letting the parties know that doesn't close the door to other options and that the commission's open to hearing them. So at least that's my take. And I think it's also kind of what I'm hearing from Commissioners Maestas and Hall. I don't know if that's true, guys, but I don't want to speak for you.
Well, I just don't think we should remain silent. I thought we had the prerogative to discuss and consider alternate proxy price structures that were a subject of the case. Obviously, the last proxy price that's been in place since 2010, it was not a conscious aspect of any stipulation, but it was a proxy price nonetheless. And so I felt like that was a viable option as well, and not outside the scope of this case.
Commissioner Maestas, I would say yes, you absolutely. Let me clarify. Please do discuss any proxy prices you want to discuss going forward. If you do want to continue this arrangement, again, it's against my recommendation to continue this arrangement because, as I said, I think in two ways it's not in conformance with the Public Utility Act. But if the commission prefers to go forward with that, yes, please do discuss proxy prices, and you can discuss them in the context of past proxy prices. But just the question of whether the stipulation was still in place as of today and as of February 2020, that question alone, I would recommend not addressing it at this time. But you could certainly discuss the prices.
Okay.
And Commissioner Maestas, you'd asked a question which I think I can give you a thumbnail of, which I think you were driving at. How much of the total capacity is nuclear within the jurisdiction? And I'm pretty familiar with these numbers. Jurisdictionally, there's probably roughly 450 megawatts of capacity that's designated to us. We're talking about with this Palo Verde 3, 39 megawatts that we use. So it's roughly 9 or 10% for this one particular unit. But if you look at all three units together of nuclear, and you're looking at total nuclear provisions where they are in rate base, then that number goes up to say 27 or 28% of the total energy generated.
Thank you for that, because I'm trying to get a sense going forward in terms of what carbon free is in the overall portfolio for New Mexico, and what the long-term outlook is in considering this. So,
right.
And of course, the reliability issue is not lost on me, given the cold weather event, and so cost is always an issue. But still, I want to maintain kind of a broader perspective on carbon free with respect to EPE in New Mexico.
Yeah, and actually I misspoke a little bit. I said 9% of the energy and 27 for all 3 units. That's of the capacity, not the energy. The energy is actually much higher because it's running 24 hours a day. Any further discussion of this issue?
No, it just, that was lively.
Well, there's a lot to consider there, and it's to understand how we go forward. So I'm glad that we're at least trying to increase each other's understanding of the issue. So that's good.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just to address your question about whether or not I'm in line with what you were saying, you agree with, which is Carolyn's suggestion going forward, which is, I mean, it's fine, but I think all these other considerations have to be looked at as well. That's all. Just to see where the best deal is for the New Mexico consumers. Yeah.
So Carolyn, I think we beat this one to death. So back to you.
Okay, this is the last one, and it was not one of the big issues in the case, so I don't think this is going to take as long to talk about. This is on page 286 of my recommended decision, and this is the subject of one of EPE's exceptions. EPE asks the Commission to approve its reconciliation of its fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause costs and revenues for 2017 through 2019. In support of its request, EPE submitted an exhibit, which is a 3-page document that shows for each of 2017, 2018, and 2019 amounts that EPE included in and recovered through its fuel clause. Neither the Public Utility Act nor the Commission's FPPCAC rule refers to a reconciliation of FPPCAC costs and revenues, and the significance of Commission approval of EPE's reconciliation of its cost and revenues for 2017 through 2019 is unclear. When asked what, quote, reconciliation, end quote, means, Mr. Schiestel said that EPE is presenting our actual costs for review by the Commission. He further said that the purpose of EPE requesting approval of a reconciliation is for the Commission to evaluate whether EPE's market purchases were reasonable and prudent. However, Ms. Borden said the significance of Commission approval of EPE's request to reconcile its fuel and power costs is that the Commission agrees EPE properly accounted for and recovered fuel and purchase power costs from New Mexico retail customers. In EPE's 2015 rate case, the Commission did approve EPE's reconciliation of its fuel clause costs and revenues for 2013 and 2014. And in EPE's 2018 fuel clause continuation case, the Commission approved EPE's reconciliation of its fuel clause costs and revenues for 2015 and 2016. In both of those cases, staff testified that it had reviewed EPE's annual reports and staff recommended approval of EPE's reconciliations. Neither of the Commission's final orders in those cases explained the significance of their approvals of the reconciliations. However, the significance of such approval was explained in the Commission's final order in EPE's 2009 rate case. In that case, the Commission approved a stipulation subject in part to a clarification of the meaning of a sentence in the stipulation that states, quote, EPE's fuel and purchase power costs are deemed fully and finally reconciled for the period January 1, 2006 through December 31st, 2008, except to the extent that FPP CAC balances may be adjusted to account for any errors or omissions for the period. EPE's witness said that this sentence was intended to preclude the signatories to the stipulation, but not the commission itself, from challenging in the future the prudence or reasonableness of the cost of EPE's fuel and purchase power incurred in 2006 through 2008. Staff's witness disagreed and said that the intent of the sentence was to reflect the parties' agreement that EPE had matched its cost recovery to the actual fuel and purchase power expenses. The commission found that staff's interpretation of the sentence more fully comported with the sentence's plain meaning. Additionally, the commission said that EPE's interpretation would undercut the commission's directive that EPE pay for a future prudence and audit review of its fuel and purchase power costs. In this case, no staff witness filed testimony addressing EPE's request that the commission approve its reconciliation of its FPP CAC costs and revenues for 2017 through 2019, nor did any intervener witness. I found that absent testimony from a staff or intervener witness that he or she reviewed EPE's reports and recommended approval of the reconciliations, that EPE's request should be denied. However, if the commission disagrees with my recommendation and wants to approve EPE's reconciliation, I recommend that the commission make clear that its approval of the reconciliation simply means that EPE matched its cost recovery to its actual fuel and purchase power expenses, nothing more. And that's all I have, unless you have questions.
So I have questions about that, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Is there any statutory or regulatory language that requires this reconciliation?
No, I have no idea how it came about that EPE started requesting this.
Do other IOUs request it?
I don't believe so. I don't think SPS or PNM does.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you. Mr. Chair.
So just as a procedural point, isn't this something that is more properly raised in the quadrennial review of the FPP CAC?
Commissioner Fishman, good question. EPE has, the last time the commission approved a reconciliation was in its fuel clause continuation case, but it has also approved reconciliations in EPE's rate cases. So it's the whole thing is a little puzzling to me.
Okay.
Carolyn, I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve. Just to follow on that, what's the consequence if we don't approve a reconciliation? What's the
Commissioner Hall,
do they have any legal rights to appeal or something?
Commissioner Hall, they can always appeal. I think the consequence of not approving it depends in part on what you think the significance of approving it is. And that's why I'm recommending that if you do approve it, you make clear that it simply means that they match their cost recovery to their expenses.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Thank you.
So commissioners, any other questions on that point? Okay, so Carolyn, does that complete your presentation?
It does.
Yay!
Mr. Chair,
No,
sorry to
I,
rain on the parade. I have one question that's not related to the reconciliation.
too late. We already decided. We can't go back.
It's regarding
No, I'm
the
kidding.
rate case legal expenses. You had a $350,000 disallowance in the RD, but yet there was a case that was cited. It was P&M Gas Service versus New Mexico Public Utility Commission, which overruled the commission in not granting any associated legal fees in the rate case. So what I'm trying to get a sense for your partial disallowance. It's pretty clear that, you know, there's no supposition that legal fees are recoverable, right? But yet, if there is a recovery, there has to be a reason. If there's a disallowance, there should be a reason. But in your case, I'm trying to understand how you came up with the $350,000 disallowance, given those parameters of you know, the decision, the overruling of the commission's prior decision regarding that very issue, and what EPE actually claimed.
Commissioner Maestas, so I went through each category of rate case expense, and for some of them, I have no recommended disallowance. For others, I do. Most of the recommended disallowances are because EPE provided almost no evidence to support recovery of the expenses. And they have a heightened burden of proof under that case that you cited to do that. That's the main reason. I would say with respect to my recommended disallowance of 350.
Let me just ask you, did that court opinion in 2000 give you any guidance in terms of what evidence you needed to support a disallowance or a partial disallowance?
It said that P&M in that case failed to carry its burden of proving that its requested rate case expense was reasonable and prudent. It also said the commission may utilize its own expertise and experience with amounts of rate case expenses typically incurred by a utility in a comparable rate case proceeding.
Because I understood your rationale, like for the consultants and didn't testify. I think that you were consistent in kind of disallowing that, but I'm still having some difficulty understanding the reasons for your partial disallowance. I think you base it in part on your observations in terms of the knowledge of, you know, some of the attorneys that actually participated in the case, which I think has bearing. But I just wanted to get your insight in terms of, did that court case have any bearing in your decision to render a partial disallowance as opposed to granting them the entire requested amount?
Oh, absolutely. I completely followed the guidance in that case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Carolyn, terrific job. Thank you for sticking with us through all that discussion.
You're welcome.
Yeah, really appreciate it. And I just want to say, in the way you write your decisions, I am really impressed with how the record on both sides of any issue is clearly and concisely explained. I know it's a really long decision, but I think that because you, I think it really helps the commission that you really cover all sides of the issue in the way you write your recommended decision. And just personal comment, I think it's terrific and very helpful.
Thank you very much.
I
Okay,
think so
so-
too. I agree.
Thank
Very
you.
well balanced, well written.
Well done, Carolyn.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So let me see, it's 3:45. Do we want to take a short break before Russell launches into the exceptions? I'm going to say yes, since no one's answering. We'll take just a 10-minute break and come back, and Russell, maybe, hopefully in that last hour, before 5, we can get through the exceptions.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think we can because, I think we can. I'll say that.
Okay, very good. So let's come back in 3:40, 3:50. Come back at 4 o'clock and go from there. So Joe, this is Steve.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I just, I get what you're getting at with the nuclear capacity and staying open to other arrangements. So I'm glad you brought it up. I just wanted to.
Oh, sure. And I'm wondering if they don't separate the LNR table, then how do they demonstrate compliance with RPS?
Well, it's, they always do it as a full system kind of deal, but that may be changing with the different renewables requirements of the two jurisdictions. So I guess we all have to see how that plays out. Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I see everybody else. So I guess we're ready to get started again. And Russell, please pick it up from here.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah, yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I would like to get some guidance from the General Counsel's office. I understand that Chairman Fishman has a proposal. When do we get to his part?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, there are three areas in which Commissioner Fishman would depart from or deviate from the recommended decision, and I can just incorporate the discussion. I'll refer to those areas as they come up. They're all areas that were areas of exceptions as well. So, for instance, the first thing we're going to talk about is the ROE. And that's an area where Commissioner Fishman has an alternative, and so I'll just refer it to him to discuss his proposal at that time, and I can discuss any particular risks or legal issues that pertain to any of them. So we can just weave it into this discussion. Will that work?
Well, I would like to hear his proposal, just like we heard from hearing examiner Gleck. If
Okay,
you weave it in, I don't know how that's going to play out.
Well, I just say, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, if you wanted to hear from Commissioner Fishman first on his proposed order, that's that's up to, if you'd like to do that, that's fine. But as I was saying, since there are only three areas where it deviates, I thought as those areas come up, I could say, this is where Commissioner Fishman could talk about his alternative. But whichever way works for the commission is fine with me.
Because at the end of the hearing today, we would like to have an idea where we stand on issues. I want to get a clear understanding, but if you would like to weave it in, that's fine.
All right. So this very first issue, of course, is I'm just going to launch into it. As I said in my memo, there were 11 exceptions filed by EPE, 5 by Yellowbird Services, and how many were by 5 by the City of Las Cruces as well. The first, so we'll just get to the first issue. ROE, of course, return on equity, clearly the most contentious issue in the case. Palo Verde pricing might be considered that as well, but I think ROE is going to be, it seems to be the big one. As I said, again, this is an order that would adopt all of Carolyn's recommendations. In this arena, that recommendation was the 9.0% ROE, which EP takes exception to as, of course, being too low. They recommend that at a minimum, the commission adopt the staff's recommendation of 9.3%. They also suggest some others in the range of 9.3 to 9.4, which is 9.37%, which is one that they arrived at by taking the 9% that that Carolyn had chosen and adding a risk premium for what they consider their company-specific risk, which includes their small size, their reliance on nuclear power, I believe, and also their plans to invest more capital and to make capital expenditures in the near future. All of which were reasons that Carolyn had, pursuant to the testimony provided by Dr. Garrett, had said those are not reasons that are recognized as reasons for a risk premium and have been rejected in past commission cases. She did, her own 9% includes a small risk adjustment. This is a risk adjustment between the company and the proxy group that was used in the constant DCF model. So it's recognizing any additional risk for the company. She recognized a risk premium based on the credit rating of the company, which is slightly below the highest rating. So, and again, I think Carolyn's analysis is very, as I said, comprehensive and cautious, but it also includes this forceful defense of the commission's use of its own of one model instead of a blend of several models. And that's the constant growth DCF model. This is what the commission in the past few cases, past few rate cases has decided upon. And I spend a lot of time in the RD on this because, I'm sorry, not the RD, in my proposed order in this area, because Carolyn has done a fantastic job of discussing what has been proposed, of explaining why the constant growth DCF model is a model that has more inherent indicators of reliability than other models, and why she's not in favor of blending it with other models. I simply, as I noted in my memo, I went further with that because in the exceptions, EPE really emphasizes this idea that it's a problem for the commission to be an outlier in this area. I mean, one of their arguments literally is that, or in two ways that we're an outlier. One, they say they don't have any other regulator that uses just this one model, that other regulators use blended models. And they say in and of itself, the fact that we would be doing something different like that is a problem. And also that this is a lower ROE compared to recent regulators' ROEs. Now, there are some things there are some parts of the RD that address, especially the issue of it being a lower ROE, which is, there have been circumstances that have changed as a market that indicate a lower ROE. But I also wanted to go to really address in this proposed order why the arguments of blending and blending different models and looking to what other regulators do, which I see as two kind of related arguments. Why we should reject those. And so I just want to go into a little bit of detail. This is the only exception where I have a whole lot to say, because the rest of it I'm just saying, listen to Carolyn. And I'm saying listen to Carolyn here too. I'm just going beyond it and giving a little more detail, a little more argument to it. Let me see here. Let me get to my discussion of the proposed order. The commission would say in my proposed order that the hearing examiners properly weigh the evidence, apply the appropriate legal standards, and provide an ROE recommendation based on a well-reasoned analysis. And we could stop there. But I go a little farther. I say that the RD correctly begins and ends its ROE analysis with the overriding concern that the commission give due regard to the interests of both shareholders and ratepayers. You may have noticed that in this and some other ROE discussions, there's often a very one-sided discussion about the issues of the interests of the shareholders of the utility and the ability to attract capital. Well, the ability to attract capital is very much a controlling standard. So it's right that we look at how the ROE will affect the ability of the company to raise capital. That is the major concern. But the major cases in this area also say that the commission must first, this is not
Russell,
mere,
excuse me.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, I just noticed you said that the ability to attract capital is a kind of a controlling standard.
Yes.
I know it's a consideration. I don't believe it's a controlling standard. It's something we have to take into consideration, but there is plenty of language in the RD that said that, and including quoting from FERC, that in a FERC decision, that the ability to attract capital by a utility is basically something they can achieve through various means and not just by the amount of ROE, for example. So I'm a little skeptical when you say it's a controlling standard. I don't think that's quite right.
Commissioner Hall, I think that I agree. I should take the controlling standard, and I think Carolyn puts it best, is that the controlling standard is to give due regard to the interests of both shareholders and ratepayers. Within the interests of the shareholders, let me put it this: a major concern, certainly recognized by the cases, is that the ROE leave the company with the ability to continue to attract capital. So I think I definitely take that correction. It's a major concern. It's something that has to be considered, but the controlling interest, the controlling standard is to give due regard to both the interests of both shareholders and ratepayers. And Carolyn takes it very seriously and does that in this RD. And I went ahead and I said in the proposed order that, some observers might say, well, typically we expect the utility in a rate case to just advocate for its shareholders. While you might see, as we do in this case, the Attorney General advocates for ratepayers' interests. But I note here, to the extent that the utility adopts such a narrow view and doesn't take into account the ratepayers' interests in preparing their recommendation, that recommendation is not as compelling. It's something that's a weakness in that recommendation of an ROE. So I wanted to start there, and then I wanted to say, just based on in many of these ROE cases, and even in the way we see other regulators treat the ROE. Sometimes there seems to be a decision that's merely a compromise among these highly subjective ROEs that are presented by the parties, and we can predict where they're going to come in terms of their relative values before the case is even filed. We know generally, in that sense, we can see how subjective an issue this can be. And so I wanted to say that as well. The commission is not here to act as a mediator to make a compromise. The ROE analysis is a factual inquiry. It's an inquiry into, what investors will require as a reasonable return in order to give the company a reasonable ability to attract capital, while also balancing all that against the ratepayers' interests as well. So there's a factual inquiry. That's what these models are trying to get at. But there is an unavoidable level of subjectivity, and of course the need for expert testimony. So the proposal, I would say, the commission is persuaded to adopt the hearing examiner's reasoned analysis, which accepts certain methods and approaches while rejecting others based upon the extent to which they bear indicators of reliability. And the reason I'm doing that is to get to this idea of why simply blending multiple tests together, as is advocated by EPE and as is adopted by the FERC in the decision that's discussed in the RD, is really an unreasoned recommendation. And I'm going to get to that. There isn't really any kind of powerful reasoning behind that.
Wait, I couldn't understand you, Russell. You're talking kind of fast. Did you say it's reasonable or unreasonable? I couldn't hear what
unreasonable. I'm saying in this argument that in this proposed order that the argument that the commission should, instead of adopting one test,
right,
should blend tests together.
Right.
The results of various tests together, as is very common. That's not a reasoned argument.
I agree.
the proposed order would go on to say that the commission prefers one test over others, this constant growth DCF model, primarily for the reason that it's a market-based measure of return, meaning that it assumes that the current market price of the stock incorporates all investor expectations regarding risk, dividend growth, and earnings growth. That the current, and this is in the record, and it's citing a New Mexico case, the current price of the stock is reflective of all investment opportunities at the time. And this is something that comes up in, I've somewhat of a background in finance. This is an idea that comes up in what's called efficient market theory, which is that particularly with a stock that's well traded, that the market price incorporates all public information and all reasonable expectations at the time, and the benefit of that with regard to the DCF model is that reduces the subjectivity of the analysis. In other words, because two of the three inputs, market price and dividends, these two of the three inputs to the model are objective, market-based, and directly observable. Those are two inputs that we don't need experts to opine about. The third one we do, and I'll get to that. The proposer goes on to say, including other methods of determining ROE alongside or as an adjustment to the DCF method would introduce additional subjectivity into the analysis. Because as I said, this is what EPE is asking us to do, to include the results of other models. First, the RD points this out very clearly and develops this very well, that the other methods that are advocated by the parties are on an individual basis, methods that rely more heavily on subjective factors than does the DCF method. So you'd be basically mixing one test that's more objective with tests that are less objective. So to me, that could only decrease the level of accuracy of your result. But an even more significant way that additional subjectivity might be introduced there, would be introduced, I think, is through the combination of the results. How do we blend the various tests together? Well, I've heard no reasoned way of doing it. Some, like the FERC, in some cases has just takes an equal weighting of various tests. There are other instances where we hear of a regulator taking one test to create a range of reasonable ROEs, and then another test is used to locate within that ROE range where the area where the correct ROE should be found. Now, this there's no way of choosing among those various ways of blending. It's another set of choices to be made that's even more subjective than the choice among the tests, because the tests at least have different theoretical underpinnings that you can argue about which one's better than another. And like I said, I think the DCF method is the best. But when it comes to blending them, it seems to be just almost entirely a matter of customer personal preference. There seems to be no reasoned way to do it. So again, blending results just introduces more subjectivity. Let's see. So as I say in the proposed order, none of the tests to determine the correct ROE were developed as additives to each other. None of them were developed to be complementary to each other. They're individual tests developed to work on their own. And so the idea that putting them together is justifiable, I don't see the justification for that.
So Russell,
yes, Mr. Chairman.
I think we get that point, and certainly I agree with you.
Okay.
So we can.
Yeah, you don't have to sell me on it either. I was wondering why you were talking so much about it.
Okay.
I'm serious.
Good.
Thank you. Well, I won't beat that dead horse anymore.
Okay.
So anyway.
Why do we have a discussion about the exceptions, and if you want to go through them, or if not, we could just get right down to Steve's proposal and whatever other issues we think we want to hammer out in the next hour.
That sounds great. And this was the only exception where I was going to blab on that much anyway. So like I said, the proposed order would adopt the 9.0% ROE, whereas Commissioner Fishman would adopt an 8.5% ROE. And I'll turn it over to Commissioner Fishman if he wants to discuss that.
And I agree with that, actually.
Obviously, I feel that at 9%, consumers are, ratepayers are getting the short end of the stick. And quite frankly, it's unfair. And I think the record really easily supports 8.5% and quite frankly, more strongly than 9%. And that's for a number of reasons. The first reason is, if we look at the actual use of the model and testimony by folks that used the DCF model, they all in their initial testimony, if you put them all together, including staff, came to a conclusion, an average conclusion of 8.5%. That's just averaging all the interveners' numbers. The highest of the interveners, not the interveners, of the participants in the case came from EPE itself, who when they used the DCF came up with 8.7%. So even they couldn't manipulate the model to get it up to even get it up to 9% if DCF is our preferred model. At the 9% that is recommended happens to tie very closely to the number that Carolyn came up with the DCF model. And essentially she put together her own analysis and her own use of the DCF model, which came in higher than all of the expert witnesses. And
What was that came in higher, Steve? What did you say came in higher?
So Carolyn did essentially her own DCF analysis, which came in at 9%, which was higher than everybody else's calculations. Okay.
She just told you that? That wasn't her RD or anything. I mean,
Yes, it was.
Okay, I don't remember.
It was in Carolyn's discussion, and she talked about how she, made her own, looked at the record, made her own set of assumptions, and ran her own DCF model.
Okay, I sort of think, I remember her saying about assumptions, so yeah, okay.
So I'm saying that, if I look at the record, is Carolyn's read of the DCF model was an outlier and much higher than everybody else's DCF models. And the average of everybody else's coming in was 8.5%. The second thing that I'd point out is that the courts encourage folks to look at other information other than just a model. And I think that's wise, because you want to be able to evaluate whether that model was used correctly. Does it, can you confirm that it's giving you an accurate result? And one of the items that, one of the ways of analysis that came up or that is used is the CAP-M model. And I'm not suggesting averaging, and I agree with Russell completely that averaging results of different models has no logic to it at all. But you can look at other models to see if your DCF results make sense, or if you're having wide variations, to see if you need to reevaluate the assumption you made in your DCF model. And in this case, it's the growth assumption that I think is kind of the key here. Russell, would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's the most subjective. That's the subjective element of the DCF.
So the DCF could still be way off if you just, if you put in growth assumptions that are not particularly reflective of what's happening in the market. So here's a case in our CAPM models that we got results of 7 and 7.1% and 7.2%, much lower than the DCF models in this case.
Were those presented by witnesses?
Yes.
Were those presented by witnesses?
Yes.
Okay.
That's in
Garrett and Cal.
Garrett and Cahill, yeah, from the
Okay.
right. So that's the Attorney General, and Garrett was representing the city of Las Cruces, I believe.
But they also presented under other models as well, right? They weren't just married to CAPM.
Garrett was just married to CAPM. Cahill, he thought that's more accurate. Cahill was married to DCF. So they took different sides. They both ended up recommending 9%, but not for a good reason. So I'll get into that in a minute.
Yes.
So to me, what I saw is here's this other way of looking at it that comes up with 7.1% that says, gee, even at 8.5%, these models might be using too high of a growth assumption. But it doesn't end there. There's yet more data that goes directly back to the market itself and directly back to actual stock prices.
Now, when you're talking about growth, what are you referring to?
How fast the business will grow. Okay.
Is that based on their load?
Yeah, I would say that over the past few years, Carolyn threw this out of her analysis because she thought it was based on some past cases. So Garrett used a growth model that said the utility will not grow any faster than the gross domestic product. Well, that could be true. Most of the time that's been rejected in the past, but I have to say, over the past 5-10 years, our utilities have probably grown slower than gross domestic product. In fact, but most people in the modeling say you can't use that. But Garrett had a DCF of 7.4%, which, by the way, I threw out of my average. I didn't even use it. I treated it as an outlier because Carolyn did not use it in her decision. So, you know, actually the DCF models probably average lower than 8.5%.
Oh, and by the way, your average was based on what was presented by all the witnesses?
Yeah, so Cahill had 8.5%. Again, Garrett had something like 7.4%. It was in the sevens.
Was Nelson?
Nelson had 8.7%. Hers was 8.7%.
That's what they thought the ROE should be?
Yeah. And staff, not the ROE, this was their DCF model. This is what their DCF told them.
DCF model.
And staff's initial testimony was
all three modeled and they came out with.
Right.
What?
Staff's
what did
DCF,
you say?
Staff's DCF.
DCF.
Staff had an 8.3% DCF.
Gotcha. Oh.
So they were all significantly lower than what we're going here. And what I'm pointing out is that market data and other models support even lower. 7.1% from the CAPM model. And that was for both Garrett and Cahill, representing the city and the AG. And that if I look at, again, EPE's own testimony, they show market to book values of the utility proxies at 1.93, which implies that even at this, that the utilities that are currently earning about 10% ROE, the market has literally bid up the price to twice as high. This is a very rough metric, by the way, but
Yes,
the
still.
market's bid up the price to twice as high, which seems to say the market's perfectly happy with 5.5%. So every metric that I look at, to me, says what the market needs is probably closer to Mr. Garrett's testimony, which is, his testimony is that the ROE, in fact, is probably, or the true ROE is probably only 7.5
Yeah.
to 8%.
Yeah.
And that he recommended 9%, only because he was worried of moving it too quickly. I want to point out one other thing that I think argues for a lower ROE, and that's since the last rate case, and I'm going to use because I think it's more fair, use pre-COVID interest rates, because interest rates during COVID dropped really low. But pre-COVID, the Treasury rate had dropped about 0.7%, 6 or 0.7% from the last rate case. Yet our ROE is only dropping in this recommendation by only 0.43%. And one of the major arguments made by witnesses was, in this case, again, the AG and as well as the city, was that our cost of capital, our ROEs, have not dropped as fast as interest rates. Well, if that's what you're saying, then this recommendation at 9.43 just continues the same problem. Interest rates drop by 0.6 or 0.7, depending which precise date you pick, but the ROE is only dropping by 0.4. So every way we look at it seems to me to point to a lower ROE. And in light of all that evidence, I think the 8.5 average of the DCF model that witnesses initially presented makes a lot of sense, and in fact is very conservative. And I think it's much more fair to shareholders. I'll make one other comment, and Russell was raising attracting capital. And what does that mean, attracting capital? And inability to attract capital. Well, you hear that and it sounds like, oh no, they won't be able to get any money and their operations will cease. Well, that's not the case at all. All attracting capital means is that if you give them a lower return, they probably, their stock price will go down. That's unavoidable. Any decision we make is going to affect the stock price. The question is the stock price set at a fair return? And the answer to me is the inflated stock prices that we see now above book value tell us that they're getting a lot more return than the investors need. And if the investors needed a 10% return, then the prices of the stock would be let me say this another way. If the investors truly needed a 10% return, the stock prices would be 30 or 40% lower than they are now, roughly. It's a very rough metric, I admit. So when I put all that together, and finally this idea is that attracting capital, the argument that utilities make is that, oh, if you do that and the stock price goes down, raising the ROE will, our ROE will go up because of the cost of attracting capital. That's very iffy, and they don't present any evidence that supports it or supports how much it will go down. No modeling, no nothing. So they're saying that by lowering the ROE, we will in effect end up raising the ROE is basically their argument. And I know how much it's going to cost consumers if we raise the ROE, if we have a high ROE, but lacking any analysis or of what might happen in the market in terms of raising capital. They haven't presented any evidence. They've basically just thrown out a scary scenario without any data to back it. Finally, in terms of attracting capital, the proxy companies that they've picked happen to be all utilities. Well, what the Supreme Court said in Hope is return to the equity in owner, return to stockholders, should be commensurate with return on investments in other enterprises having corresponding risks. Well, as Mr. Garrett points out in his testimony, by picking only other utility companies, they're not looking at the full range of alternate investments. And they seem to claim that, utilities seem to claim that, boy, if my return is lower than the next utility's return, then I won't be able to raise capital. Well, even by Hope, they're looking at a much bigger market. And you know what? There are a million other investments besides utilities. And investors still have a choice whether to invest in a utility or invest in some other business. And if those other businesses with commensurate risk are basically operating on 7%, 6 or 7% projected investor return needs, well, you know what? They'll still pick the utility. There's plenty of other capital out there. You don't have to be better than all the other utilities. You just have to be better than the broad market. Final item, and you can see I'm pretty passionate about this. The final item is risk. And interestingly enough, in models and so forth, beta is the standard that's used for risk. And the idea is that the less risky you are, the less return you need, which I think is a good way to look at it. And we have testimony from Cahall and from Garrett, both saying that utilities have outperformed the overall market significantly with their current rates of return over the past number of years. How can that be if they're so much less risky that they're getting so much bigger a return? Well, it's because the ROEs that we're giving, that regulators give them, have been too high. And it's demonstrable how much less risk there is for a utility. I'll give you a couple of examples. One is we had the recent price spike in natural gas. Guess what? Didn't cost the utilities a penny. All of it got passed on to consumers. How many other businesses have that luxury that you automatically get to pass that on to consumers and you don't eat any of the cost? Even in this rate case, where it's established that EPE has a much higher cost of debt than other utilities, we're finding that we're going to pay them for their full cost of debt, even though management made decisions that other companies, if they made the decisions, that company would have to eat the cost. And that's in addition to a guaranteed market, guaranteed prices. So demonstrably, the risk for utilities is far lower than these other companies. Again, it points to a much lower cost of equity. Final fear factor that's raised is this idea that that utilities raise is that somehow by lowering the return, it will lower their stock price, maybe even excessively at the start, but over time it would stabilize. But they claim that their credit metrics would go bad and that somehow that'd be terrifically expensive.
What?
That their credit ratings.
They claim their what credit?
Credit ratings would deteriorate with a lower ROE. And I'd say that's only if you fail to reduce your dividend. And quite frankly, the simple equation is charge higher rates to customers, give a higher dividend to investors. Lower rates, lower the dividend. If you keep your dividend commensurate with the rates, your credit metrics will not deteriorate because that cash that you're giving away will stay on your balance sheet and your credit metrics simply will not deteriorate. Even if they did and your debt interest costs went up, you've already got most of your debt committed. We're already giving you payments for it. There's going to only be a tiny amount of your debt that would be affected by that slightly higher interest rate that comes with a lower debt rating and a lower credit rating for the company. Even then, that would just be a fraction of the money that consumers would save by having a lower ROE. So again, I believe for all those reasons, 8.5% is safe. It doesn't risk the utility at all. They might have a short-term bump or a little crisis in their stock price that will even out over time because markets tend to overreact short-term, but it will correct itself fairly quickly. And that there's no risk to going to 8.5%, only the benefit of actually putting consumers on a more even playing field with the utility in terms of getting their fair treatment on rates. Sorry, I went too long there, but I'm done.
Good job. I think that wraps it all up. And, you know, lucky for your argument, lucky for you and for me, since I agree, there is some testimony in the record that supports it. Kale said he had testified that, you know, he was saying, you know, why is it that state utilities keep the ROEs high, or why are ROEs not dropping as much as the interest rate? And he was saying state utility regulatory commissions are trying to be a bit conservative, but he said there's room for bringing the ROE down without violating the capital attraction standard. He referred to this sort of inflation as he calls it like inflation by the commissions and said it's like a cushion. And this is in the RD. And he also pointed to the market to book ratio that Carolyn was mentioning too, as being, and you mentioned, he said it was 1.97, 1.93. I thought you said it was higher. Anyhow, well, for all the reasons you stated, I don't have to say anything more. You made all the arguments. They're there in black and white. And I just feel that, you know, ratepayers are getting a crappy deal. That's all. I mean, they're having to pay rates they don't need to pay because the utilities won't be hurt. Well, this particular utility in this case won't be hurt. I think this mantra they have that their credit ratings will drop, I don't believe is as damaging to them as they say. It's just the scare tactic. So I agree. I'm very comfortable with 8.5. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. What was bothering me was we were hearing from people like David Garrett, who would say, he testified, he said he would argue with anybody who said that the right number for an ROE would be higher than 8.0. But he was recommending 9 just because, you know, he didn't have a good reason. He said he didn't want it to be rushed because of whatever, you know, gradualism. But that to me just seems like some kind of outmoded happy talk or something. It just doesn't comport with the reality. So it's a little disturbing to think a witness would want to say, this is what's real, but this is what I'm going to recommend. And I think they just don't want to, he and maybe Kahal really didn't want to stick their necks out, and Carolyn didn't want to stick her neck out either, when it's the commission's job to make that call. I think it's up to us to say, no, this is really what we've been presented with. We can't ignore the evidence that we've been presented with, and we have to balance the interests. Everybody else, when they're making a recommendation, is shying away from balancing that interest. And it's our job to do it. And I'm not an economist, but I just like to get the best deal I can. And I don't think I need to, be a ratepayer paying 9% when I can get 8.5. Oh, and by the way, in capital structure, I don't agree with Carolyn's recommendation and Russell's recommendation on the capital structure being 51% equity and 49% debt. And the reason is equity is more expensive. I mean, right now, I don't know what this company's rate is. I guess that, I don't know what they pay their shareholders, what the interest is they pay their shareholders, but it's 9 something, right? But the cost of debt is much less, So I would think it's more desirable to have a larger proportion of debt than equity, have it be 51% debt rather than 51% equity in that ratio, so that ratepayers can enjoy the savings associated with the company paying relatively more debt down rather than capital down in their market structure. So that would be the other thing I would add to what you're saying you want. You want 0.5 cent.
That's the second
Okay.
item. That's the next item on the proposed changes.
Well, I think the two fit together too. So, but that's what I would throw in.
I'll make
Anybody else want to talk?
Just real quickly, a couple other points. If people are worried about shareholders getting hurt, remember that EPE is now owned by the Jupiter Fund, I guess. And that's a fund that where it's a private equity fund where $5 million is the minimum net worth in order to invest. And that's a diversified fund that's basically invested in by other diversified investors. There's actually very little impact if there's a stock price change in EPE on any particular investor because it's this private equity and there's nobody who's invested even minimally in EPE, no entity that doesn't at least have $5 million net worth. So it's not like we're going to throw grandma out on the street because the stock price temporarily dropped. And so I just also I want to point out that if we go to 8.5%, we haven't suddenly changed the rates. Their profit is just getting impacted by a 2% downward adjustment per year. And to me, that's gradualism personified.
Well, I just like to say that what Commissioner Fishman has presented is absolutely just as reasonable and an option for the commission as the 9%. I think Commissioner Fishman is right. The 8.5% is really at the, if you actually follow the model fully, that's where it arrives, and or even a little lower possibly. And the as he mentioned, the 9.0%, which EP is upset about, it really is giving some assumptions such as gradualism and in their favor. And Commissioner Hall, as you were saying, there seems to be some barrier. No one wants to go below 9.0, even though even the experts who indicated that it should be below that. There was one of the experts, I don't know, it was Kay Hall or Garrett, who said that there is some sort of psychological barrier possibly. I mean, and as I said, in this area, EPE is not the only entity in the world that says, wait, you're way out of line with everybody else. You have to get in line with everybody else just to be in line with them. So I think that's part of it. So if the commission goes with 8.5%, I think it's completely it's even more aligned with the argument that we're really following the DCF as an objective standard. I think we're going to get an appeal from EPE, whether it's 9% or 8.5%. I think we probably will. I think they're both very defensible. And so that's my legal advice. With regard to the capital structure, I also think there's room for that other option. Like I said right at the beginning of my memo, this is an area of broad standards, just and reasonable rates, prudently incurred expenses. So I think Carolyn does a fantastic job of weighing the evidence and coming up with good solutions, but there is room to deviate in a lot of areas.
Well, I think
Commissioner Byrd is laughing.
I think
Yes, I want to know what's so funny. I'd like to hear from you other three.
Commissioner Byrd gets to counter our arguments in just a second, because he probably will. And but I wanted to point out one other thing is that if we go to 8.5%, the total revenue cost, and you can see it in Carolyn's RD, she's so thorough, everything's there for us. The total revenue requirement impact of going to 8.5 versus the recommended 9% would be $1.5 million annually.
That's not very much, Steve. I mean, compared to their capitalization, it's not very much. It's minuscule. It's not even 1%, is it?
Yeah, so with that, we got to invite Commissioner Byrd to come in and tell us why we're full of it.
Okay.
Or any other commissioner who wants to speak.
I think Commissioner Maestas just saw it. So my issue, you're wanting to reduce their return on equity 1 full percentage point, which is greater than 10%. That is a large decrease from what it currently is. And return on equity is a very important measure in the market on how well a company is performing. And when return on equity drops, it is considered that management is making bad decisions. And in this case, we're the management because we're forcing this return on equity to be reduced. I like what Carolyn proposed. So let me just put that out there. But I understand your argument, Commissioner Fishman. And maybe over time it should be eased down, but a full 1% reduction would be huge, and it would have impact not only on their stock prices, but it would also have impact on the interest rates that they are able to obtain when getting loans. Their interest, because they would be downrated, that's a huge drop. Their interest rates would increase, which would in turn cause increased cost to consumers long term, because the loan amount plus interest is passed on to consumers, ratepayers. So I don't support a drop to 8.5. Maybe a 1/10 of a percentage point, and then next time a 1/10 of a percentage point, and work your way down. I understand your argument. You know that we're not achieving anything. But we're not achieving anything if we severely hurt the company's ability to draw capital out of the market at a reduced interest rate. One of the reasons these companies get such low interest rates is because they are secure. They're guaranteed a certain profit margin. And when you decrease it by 15% or so, that security comfort level that investors are going to have is going to drop considerably.
So Jeff, one thing I would ask you about though is, given how rapidly and how far the debt market has fallen, the cost of debt has fallen relative to ROEs, why would you only go down 0.1%? I mean, where are the shareholders in your calculus here? And if management is making a bad decision here by trying to protect shareholders' interests more, maybe that's just because Wall Street's view of what a good decision is one that makes more money for companies and therefore the people who sell stock. I mean,
Guys, I'm going to jump in for just a
I don't
second.
know why it's a bad decision to want to, help out customers.
A little meeting
Interests.
management I'm going to do here. Commissioner Maestas needs to, I want to do a little meeting
Fair
management
enough.
here. Commissioner Maestas needs to depart
Say so.
in about 5 minutes. And
Oh, gosh.
we may want to, probably he wants to hear this discussion as we go forward. Jeff disagrees.
Fine.
I don't want to listen to Jeff either. But anyway, got him back. Anyway, maybe we should continue this discussion at the top of next week's meeting. And that way Commissioner Maestas can hear the whole pitch. And I hope that Commissioner
I'm fine with
Vicente
it.
Aguilar, that we're covering what you need to hear.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll go along with what, if you would like to continue the discussion.
So if all the commissioners are willing to do that, that way Joe doesn't miss anything and Joe knows, and we're not going to let him miss anything. And with that, I'd suggest that we go to the next item on the agenda a little bit abruptly. And Joey, that way you can feel free to leave without missing any relevant discussion.
Yeah,
Well, Steve, I'd also like to, I have something going on at 5 too, so I'd like to go.
on the way, but maybe if we can allow Russell to go through all the exceptions and then save the deliberations for the end.
Okay, you'd like to do that now?
Pardon me?
You'd like to do that now or when we continue?
No, I'm just saying the next time we reconvene, if you don't get through, or are we finishing right now?
We'd be finishing on this topic right now, yeah. If you need to leave right now.
I do.
So I vote we leave. I want to, and stop this discussion then. I'm in favor of postponing the rest of it until our next meeting. Because I think we should all be present. And I also have an obligation I need to meet that requires me
I
to stop.
prefer that ultimately that we just stop altogether and resume at the next meeting whenever.
What do we have next on the agenda here? Sarah, can you help us out with that? I'm just looking at the screen. Yeah, we can continue these items to the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just have one comment. That's fine with me. I just have one thing to say. Continuing it to next week would mean, unless we set another open meeting between then and the 28th, which is the statutory deadline, is that if there is an order issued that does not adopt the RD as it is, and for instance, one that changes the ROE, there will not be time to include for the commission's consideration, and as an attachment to that, to the final order, the resulting changes to the revenue, the cost of service analysis, rate design, and bill impact, the things that are ordinarily attached to a final order in time. You might have to have another open meeting sometime between, the two open meetings the next week or so. I mean, two open meetings next week or something like that, or we could have we could address this as. Do you see what I mean? It's really, if there's a change in that amount of the ROE, it impacts the revenue.
Well, could we, if we continue this to say Friday at a certain time, could we do it that way and set aside an hour or 2 hours?
I can do that.
That sounds perfect.
Thoughts?
I'm available ideally after 11:30. I have a gap between 9 and 10:30.
Well, my suggestion would be, let's set a time and clear our calendars because this is an important decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd like to just consult with Michael. Michael, would we be able, Michael, if you're on, would we be able to adjourn this meeting and just announce the date and time that we will restart on Friday? Or would we have to, would we need a 72-hour notice for a new open meeting date on Friday? Because I'm not sure when we can do adjournment, when we can't, especially because we have an intervening open meeting tomorrow. Michael, can you answer that?
I'm looking at the text of the Open Meeting Act. The provision 1015(1)E provides that a public body may recess and reconvene a meeting to a day subsequent to that stated in the meeting notice if prior to recessing, the public body specifies the date, time, and place for the continuation of the meeting. So yes, I think we can do that. But previously when we did it, we just did it to the next day, but this does provide that you can do it to a date. So it does not have to be the very next day.
Michael, do you think there's any problem with the fact, the hearing tomorrow, is it also an open meeting?
I believe it is. I'm not sure.
It is. It's been noticed as an open meeting.
Yeah.
Does that interfere with this process in any way, do you think?
I don't think it does. I mean, the commission, well, I don't want to say push it to tomorrow and possibly mess up the schedule on the other hearing. So.
Okay. So yeah, as long as we're okay with doing adjourning and just we'll just decide the time on Friday. That sounds great. Perfect. We do have to decide that now.
So I'll throw out 10 a.m. as the time for Friday.
Can we do it at 11? How about 11? Could we do it at 11?
I'm fine with that personally.
Friday?
Friday at 11.
Is it okay with Teresa?
Yes, 11 a.m. Friday.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we need to take any kind of formal vote on this, Mike, or just are we good?
That's a good question. I don't think we need to, but if the commission desires to, I mean, it doesn't hurt. How's
Why
that?
don't we do it just in case?
Yeah. So I'll move for that we continue to Friday at 11 a.m. Do I have a second?
Second. Yeah.
Okay. Take the roll, Mr. Mike.
Commissioner, actually, there's one, Mr. Chairman, there's one matter actually that I would ask that the commission address before we break. It has to do with the minutes that were adopted.
Okay.
There was an error.
Could we complete this vote and then go to the minutes?
Well, I just want to make sure if you were going to adjourn the entire meeting at this time, or are we?
Yeah, we're going to adjourn the entire meeting at this time.
So what I was hoping is we could actually address this meeting, the minutes issue, before we adjourn.
Okay.
Before we vote on the adjournment.
Yeah, we're just voting on the continuation right now. But go ahead. Do it in the order you like.
No, that's fine. If you're just voting on whether to do it, that's fine. I just want to make sure we weren't actually adjourning it right this moment.
No.
So okay, I will take the vote. I mean,
Just sorry to interrupt, but just to clarify, to make sure we comply, this will be Friday, June 18th at 11 a.m. And for the place, of course, it will be via Zoom as always. Just to be technically correct, because that's another thing we're supposed to say in this.
Okay. Correct. Then we continue the meeting to Friday at 11 a.m. via Zoom.
So I will take the vote. Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioners, the motion to adjourn the meeting or recess the meeting until Friday at 11 o'clock passes by a vote of 5-0.
Great.
So,
I'm sorry, so what were you going to cover, Mike?
Commissioners, there's one error that was brought to our attention in the minutes and I lost my screen here. For the minutes from May 26, 2021 that were approved earlier today, the error.
9 instead of 8 vehicles?
Yes.
Correct.
Actually, it says 8 instead of 9. It should be corrected to 9. So I guess the question would be, it would be a motion to reconsider that vote and to approve it with that change.
So moved.
Second.
Please take the roll.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The motion is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Hey, I say aye.
The vote on the meeting minutes as amended, because that was just a motion to reconsider, right?
Correct.
Okay, move to approve the minutes of the May 26, 2021 meeting as amended.
Second,
Second.
Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
For last name basis. Yeah.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
aye.
And I apologize if you can hear, I've got buffeting winds blowing through my house and my doors are slamming, so I don't know if you can hear that, but I'll put my mute on.
Can't hear it.
We're cool. Okay, with
Just like
that,
your ears were like a seashell.
I believe we're ready to adjourn. See y'all tomorrow.
All right.